Testing, testing. Oh no, that is awful. Testing, testing. Can I do better than that? Testing, testing. Nope, that's worse. Testing, testing. I think that's as good as I'm gonna get it today. All right. Hello, 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 and welcome to what could potentially be my final duel of the Duelist Paradise tournament. We'll see how things play out, of course, but I'm down to one star chip, and I've had about the same, if not worse luck than last time. So, well, the people who've seen the VODs or saw it live, you know what my hands have been. You know what I've been up against. But I'd be like, oh, cool, I got full combo. Me, I got a rock. Anyways, we just got about 5-6 minutes until the official start time. I'm gonna go ahead and camp my ass in duel room 1. Do 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 do. Gonna put the number here. Alright, that's today's duel room. That's today's little thing all set up. Let's go ahead and switch over here. Move me out of the way. That look good? I should lower myself a bit. Or just do this. There. I think I'm good. Yay. Alright, I just gotta decide what I'm gonna use here. Do 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 do. Do 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 da 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 da. Do 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 do. Hmm. Decisions, decisions. Hmm. Uh,
Hello.
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 Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing alright. I'm just trying to decide which deck I'm gonna use.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Alright, looks like your Fugi's in a good position there. Alright. How you feeling today?
I'm doing okay. It's been a quiet day, though, like I mentioned earlier, way too cold and sort of appeared out of nowhere because this week's been alright, and then today I feel like I'm freezing over.
Considering your time zone and the time of year, I am not at all surprised.
Yeah, that's true. It is also quite. To be fair, it's a lot earlier than when I was on when I dueled against Skittles, because that was like midnight-ish here.
Well, I wanted to give you a time where you would be awake enough on me that your abilities wouldn't be hampered, and a time
No,
where I
I
was
do
actually awake.
appreciate. Fair enough. I do very much appreciate the time.
Oh, by the way, I put the dual room in the dual room or chat, as weird as that sounds.
Okay.
It is the most recent message. The previous
Yep.
one from me was like a few days ago's dual room.
I actually need to check if I made the changes.
Yeah, that's what I've spent a lot of
Yeah.
this morning doing, besides running to the bathroom randomly. I don't remember
Fair.
drinking all
So,
of
are
what I'm
you?
putting out.
I know one of us has to be streaming perspective. So are you
Yep,
doing that?
yep, that
Okay.
is what I'm
Okay.
doing.
Yeah, because after I used Skittles, she gave me some, just a couple bits of advice, so I actually want to make sure that I put those cards into the deck quickly.
Great, I can't wait to die. I've had the worst luck when it comes to these.
I honestly, I don't know if you saw. Did you see like the duel between me and Skittles?
I did not.
Because
Especially if it was midnight your time, calculating
yeah,
that I would probably be in the middle of my own streaming at that time.
oh, that's fair. It was very. How do I
Skittles
even
is a
explain?
monster in this game.
The first duel I lost because I think by the end of it, I had 2 spell zones that were unlocked, and that was it. All of my
Sounds about
monster
right
zones
for
were
whatever the
locked.
hell Skittles cooked up.
I don't remember what archetype it. Oh, Kashtira. It was Kashtira.
Yeah, I hear they like locking things down.
Yeah, it was a mix of Kashtira and
Was it
Runic.
Pearly?
Runic? Not Runic. Maybe Runic. Something
Runic?
that was
Oh.
banishing my cards.
Oh, it was banishing cards? Was it with a lot of quick play spells that were
I think it was with
recycling themselves?
the quick play spells does sound familiar.
That sounds like Runic then.
Yep, Kashtira and Runic. So that was the first. Somehow I won the second duel, which
Somehow.
genuine. The way it happened is that it was my final turn, and I had 3 cards in my deck left because Runic.
Yeah, because Runic.
And I just so happened to use because I play Marincess, and I think it's I want to say not Blue Tang. What is it? Spring Girl. You can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the grave, or the top cards of your deck to the graveyard equal to the number of Marincess monsters you control. Then, if a Marincess card was sent there, inflict 200 damage for each Marincess card.
Oh, the
All
obligatory reminder that it used to be a Trickstar player.
Hell yeah, I still am.
Well, what I mean, like, in the anime, that's kind of what's happening there.
Yeah.
Well, hi Shiva,
yeah,
welcome to the stream.
Yeah, it just so happened that out of the 3 cards I had left in my deck, all 3 were Marincess cards, and she happened to only have 600 life points left. So I won by burn damage.
That is winning by the skin of your teeth.
And then, yeah, sadly I did lose the 3rd duel because, once again,
at least you were doing something. I've had brick after brick after brick. Hi Evan, welcome to the stream.
Bricks do not sound enjoyable.
My hands have gotten steadily worse as time has gone on.
Oh god.
I'll change decks, I'll change what I'm doing, and I'll still end up drawing the same staples and then like 1, maybe 2 cards that represents what I'm actually playing, but it's the support stuff that needs to come after.
Oh no. I've gotten quite lucky in that regard, but it's more just that.
Let me put a good example here. I was playing a Chaz deck. It does Ojama, Arm Dragon, and VWXYZ stuff. Does all that.
Oh, hell yeah.
I play, like, 3 copies of every Ojama, and I saw 1 in my, or like 2 in my main hand, and then Arm Dragon level 10, which I only play 1 of. And then in the second duel where I tried it, I drew the Arm Dragon level 10. Just like, son of a bitch. I run 1 of these. How am I getting this more than I'm getting Ojama tag?
No.
Or Ojama blue.
I pretty much built my deck to be pure Marincess, which means that I can not brick even if I want to, because everything is Marincess.
I have a spoiler for you about that. You can brick.
I probably can, but that would be like if I drew
just all spells and traps.
Trap cards.
Yeah, I've done that several times. It's awful.
Even the spell, I guess trap cards or Marincess Battle Ocean, because even if I draw Marincess Dive, I can then pretty much chain the hell out of this thing.
Yeah, but that's like a search card, so that at least will get you going. I don't even have the courtesy to have that whenever I I get a brick that hard. It's like, damn.
God. But yeah, no. It was honestly a good learning experience, because I cannot say I've ever played someone like Skittles before. Great first experience.
Fantastic.
But yeah,
10 out of 10. We'll be traumatized again.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
It's like, whatever this is.
Whatever's about to happen, I don't know.
Well, let's see if we can't find something interesting, yet still actually able to win here. Potentially able to win, because my taste in decks is awful.
Honestly, I feel it on that.
I've played for years upon years, and I still have shit taste in decks.
I've played for a while, and I still prefer to pretty much use the anime exclusive. Not anime exclusives, but like the anime decks.
I get you.
Trademark.
Those are always fun.
God, they're so fun. For a while, I played Code Talkers. That was an interesting time.
Okay, but Code Talkers actually are really strong when they have all their support out now.
But I don't play them how like the meta plays them. I play them as in I go for the goofiest extra link ever.
I mean, an extra link's an extra link.
That's true. It always feels good because I specifically tailored that deck for a 1 turn extra link,
Interesting.
which is just stupid, and I love it.
Well, let's see. I think I'll go with... You know what? I'm gonna go out. Might as well go out with... down to 2 now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else have I played. I pretty much as far as the main protagonists go, I've had a dabble with all of their decks.
I currently have a Yusei one I've been working on.
Oh hell yeah! You say like the Stardust sync, the Stardust junk like synchro stuff was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So from my personal experience, when you're trying to summon shooting Quasar, God, it's hard. God, it's so hard to summon that thing.
I don't focus mine around Quasar because there are like decks built to do that. My route I usually like taking is Majestic.
Oh, Majestic is a lot of. Majestic is very nice. I do like it.
There's even a fusion of Majestic and Shooting Star that I don't have in this game yet. Yeah, it's called Majestic. I want to say it's Majestic Shooting Star Dragon. It's
I
newer.
have seen this card. Oh,
I don't have it yet, but when I do get it, I'm gonna put it in that deck and see what I can do with it.
It is a very good card.
Mm-hmm. Hell, even just the regular Majestic Dragon is still a really good card. It's just a pain in the ass to bring out.
Now that I think about it, there's a new Majestic Dragon card coming out, I think.
One already came out, like Celestial Dragon.
Celestial Dragon, that does ring a bell.
It basically acts as Majestic. So basically what happens with it is, during the turn you draw it, you reveal it in your hand, and special summon it. And then you can special summon one level 1 monster from your deck.
Okay.
And Celestial Dragon, when special summon like that, will count as Majestic Dragon when on the field.
Yeah, that does sound familiar, though. Also,
and of course, you'll want to either grab like Tuningware or Start of Shalong for your level 1 summon, and do that when you got Stardust on the field, because it only special summons if you have a level 8 Dragon Synchro.
Yeah.
And then you just go fucking in Star or Majestic Star Dragon, or if you're doing Red Dragon Archfiend, Majestic Red Dragon.
Yeah, I just scrolled up in the Yu-Gi-Oh channel to see kaijus. That sounds about right.
I like how pure kaijus behave. They're fun.
Oh, this thing.
If only they didn't interfere with themselves.
Yeah, it was posted in the Yu-Gi-Oh channel. I'll send the image here now, but
oh yeah, I read over that earlier.
Shining Star Dragon. That was what I was thinking of.
I think Shining Star Dragon is an evolution of the anime version.
It does, because it does look like that.
Does it have like a yellowish tinge to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds... Or not the anime, the
it
manga.
Looks like the dragon. It looks like the dragon that the different tattoos the characters have make up.
Oh, you're talking that one. Called. Yeah, it's a new piece of Crimson Dragon.
Yes.
Stuff. It's supposed to like be a miniature version of him and help bring him out, because that's an actual card now.
Yep. Wait, it is? Oh.
Yeah, Well, before there was like a manga version, but recently they have made like an actual just Crimson Dragon monster. I don't know if
That's
it still
cool.
has the name Crimson Dragon. I know
Oh
the
no, it
first one
does.
did not, but
It does. Crimson Dragon. If the card is special summoned, you can
hi
add one
Nightmare.
spell that
Welcome to the
mentions
stream.
Crimson Dragon from your deck to your hand. You can target one level 7 or higher synchro monster on the field, except Crimson Dragon, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon one Dragon synchro monster from your extra deck with the same level. So that's basically a free synchro summon of any level 7 or higher.
As long as you control another one of the
Well, it's
corresponding
on the
monsters.
field. That can be on your opponent's side as well.
I see.
But that's cool. I did not know that card existed.
What, Crimson Dragon?
Yeah,
It is
I
a
thought it
bit
was
more recent
like
as well.
I thought it was just an anime exclusive thing. To
I
be
mean,
fair,
they
it's
didn't
also
even
been a
technically summon it in the anime. They just channeled its power,
that's true.
which is
Yeah, to be
where
fair.
we got the Majestic series.
Oh right, yeah, I do remember. God, it's been a while since I've watched 5Ds.
Cough, we still don't have Majestic, Rose Dragon, Majestic, would it be Lifestream or Majestic Tool Dragon for that? And
Yeah,
then, Majestic Blackwing Dragon, and then the Majestic, Fairy Dragon. Probably be how they would name it.
probably, yeah. Yeah, I do need to get back to watching the show in general, honestly. It's been a hot minute.
Where'd you leave off?
Never got a chance to watch season 3 of Reigns.
Ah, the tears.
Yep. So I need to go watch that, and then after that, it's pretty much just
You know,
rush and
Wing
rush.
Karibo then now joins Karibo and,
And
and cosplaying their users Ace Monsters. Yep. They should have. It's called Wing Karibo level 6, but they should have called it Flame Winged Karibo level 6.
oh, I did see that. I love that design.
They
Karibo,
should have called it that. That'd been so
they
easy to
should.
do.
But yeah, Karibos really have some of the best designs, and I fucking love it.
And well, level 6 is just a miniature version of level 10, but a lot easier to summon.
Uh,
In case you don't remember what level 10 did.
God, especially on Duel Links, for the longest time, I used to play a Silent Magician deck. And it'd be just brick after brick because I'd never draw a level up.
Oof. Well, now there's just Silent Magician herself that makes the deck.
Yeah, that is true.
Karibo's the Pikachu of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, isn't it? It always has been. Always has been.
Always has been. The stuff you see with Kuribo is so stupid, and I
But
love
it's
it.
adorable.
It is, for example, Yugi's Kuribo wall.
Behold my hairy balls.
Oh no. That does remind me of that episode now.
There's more Karibo copies than Pikachu clones in Pokemon. Probably. Because, at least for
Definitely.
Pokemon, we're on, what, Gen 8? 9?
Gen
And we've only
9.
had, like, one Pikachu clone per region with some small exceptions. And that
Yeah.
being Alolan Raichu and Plusle and Minun doubling up their things. Because Alola also had a different one, didn't it? Besides Alolan Raichu?
Well, there's Mimikyu if you count Mimikyu.
Dedenne, that was it.
Dedenne is Gen 6.
Wasn't that Alola?
No, Alola was Gen 7.
Huh. Why did I think it was
Then
Dedenne?
Gen 8 was Sword and Shield, and
Yeah, I
Gen
was
9 was...
yeah, Nightmare. I was saying that Plusle and Minun was in the same
I
gen. That
wonder
would be the
what...
exception there.
Gen 6 Pikachu clone. Or... Not Gen 6, Gen 7.
You said Gen 7 was Sword and Shield, right?
Togedemaru. Togedemaru.
Oh yeah, Togedemaru. Yeah, so that's the double up.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Togedemaru and Alolan Raichu, and then back in Gen 3 it was Plusle and Minun.
I always forget about Plusle and Minun.
Most people do.
Yeah, and then Gen
They were
8 you
designed
had...
around double battles.
And then we barely
And
got any double
were
battles.
not... They didn't even have both of them in Coliseum. They were going to. And that game's like focused around double battles because you originally get a Plusle from some guy early on, and there was going to be a Shadow Minun that you could catch. But they didn't put it in.
That makes sense. That makes total sense.
It's like, guys, you had a great idea. Why didn't you go with this? And the great way to show off your Pikachu clone.
I think that was the issue. People wanted the Pikachu.
Well, there was no regular Pikachu in Coliseum either.
God, that makes it even funnier.
Because there was only a limited number of Pokemon in Coliseum and Gale Darkness until post-game when you were allowed to trade.
Oh.
We're very good. A lot of Pikachu clones aren't. I think we got a roughly 50-50 split on that, to be honest. Pikachu itself is actually pretty alright if you equip it with Light Ball. Raichu is a bit lackluster these days. Alone Raichu, though, if you got Electric Terrain, he rocks that. Then Plusle and Minun, of course, have their niche in double battles, but they're really fragile. And plus, a lot more Pokemon have the plus and minus abilities, so it kind of steals their thunder. The main one being like Klinkline line, and they're a lot sturdier. Togedemaru, I know saw a bit of play because he comes pre-installed with Lightning Rod as his main ability. Dedenne, I don't remember if people use Dedenne or not. I know it gets Nuzzle and stuffed cheeks, but Pachirisu actually won a Worlds.
Really?
Embolga didn't see any play, to my knowledge. Sorry, I talked over you there.
No, it's okay. I was just surprised Pachirisu won the Worlds.
Yeah, it has a surprisingly large amount of special defense. It tanked a Draco Meteor. Here from a Hydreigon.
Wow, that squirrel is built different.
It really was.
Wow, wow.
It lived with just a sliver of HP, turned around. I think it also knew Draco Meteor. And was able to clutch the win.
That's interesting. I'm just imagining that, like, that small squirrel just calling to the heavens and summoning meteors. Oh my god.
Scareclaws are back to being scary. Scarecrows were never not scary.
I have seen some things about Scareclaws in the Yu-Gi-Oh channel. Scary,
Yeah, we
scary
have a very
things.
big fan or two of them.
To quote Cute Lyoko, the new Scareclaw cards just forced a Sky Striker deck to surrendering.
Nice. I actually beat Sky Strikers recently with Amazonas. That felt good.
Oh, that must feel good, yeah.
Then
Yeah,
I did
no,
it to Pearly with my first time facing Pearly. That felt really
oh,
good.
nice.
They were even pulling
Yeah.
off all of their bullshit.
And then Zet, I just OTK'd 3 decks in a row. Cash Claw. Oh my god. Cash Claw.
Surprisingly, that Scarecrow wasn't hit by any of the ban list. I think there's been some more outliers than just Scareclaw, though, that have needed to be, you know, the nail that sticks out gets the hammer.
But yeah, no, I've definitely seen things about Scareclaw.
What kind of things?
Horrifying things.
Fair enough.
Such as the image Skittles posted of a 10,500 attack beat stick.
I mean, that's scary, but not that scary.
I mean, as the beat stick alone, I don't actually know what the card's ability is.
If it was
Wait a
try
second.
hard, then that's a bit
That's a
scary.
level 19 card. What? I'm not even gonna question. I'm not gonna question that.
Have you faced Dragon Maids before?
Yes, actually,
I
the
love them
friend
so much.
I love them too, but the friend I play with uses Dragon Maids, but
Hmm.
for some reason they've just built them differently. So they'll go one turn, and then halfway into my turn 2, they will have a board of 3 Sheos and 3 House Dragon Maids. And then I just sit there like, but what am I supposed to do?
You could say they're built different.
Dragon Maids are something else. And then that same friend, whenever I'd play Trickstar, they'd always use a Romage.
Anyways, are you in the room?
I am.
Alright, have you decided on your deck?
Yes.
Alright, I
To be
finally
fair,
made a decision as well.
I only have 2 decks, so like, doesn't take that much deciding.
Sorry, I have a lot of decks. Anyways,
I had a couple, and then what happened is I was broke on basically gems, points, everything. So I ended up having to just those decks to make the ones I have now.
well then, let's get started.
Oh damn. Okay, I see what the others were saying about you. Do that. That's an amazing impression.
Do 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 do.
And I
We'll start with this and end my turn.
a lot of face downs. Oh no. Can I make this hand work? Yeah. Maybe.
Princess it is. I'll activate Amazonas Hot Springs. When activated, I can bring from my deck to my hand an Amazonas card.
Amazonas it is then. Oh, in that case, I will use Marincess Basilalima to link summon the Link 1 Marincess Sea Angel. And then using Sea Angel's ability, well, I can add Marincess Battle Ocean to my hand. And so I will play Marincess Battle Ocean. That'll do. Then I can use Marincess Sleepy Maiden's ability to target Marincess Sea Angel, and by doing so, I am allowed to then special summon Sleepy Angel in defense mode. And using Sleepy Angel and Sleepy Maiden, even, and Sea Angel, I will link summon Link to Marincess Coral Anemone.
One of my previous duels for the tournament was against Marincess. It did not go well for me.
Marincess is a very interesting deck. Okay,
It's strong.
starting. It is very strong. Starting off, I can activate Marincess Coral Anemone's ability to target one monster with less than 1,500 attack in my grave, and special summon it to a zone Coral Anemone points to. which then, by doing so, I can use Link to Coral Anemone and Basil Alima, I cannot say that name, to summon the Link 3 Marincess Marbled Rock. And this is basically just Marincess's whole thing. The whole deck gets recycled.
Mm-hmm. I like picturing Seahorse as a boomerang.
You know what? Speaking of Seahorse, I can special summon Seahorse to a zone a Link monster points to. Do I want to do that? No. And now I will use Link 3 Marbled Rock and Seahorse to summon what is essentially the boss monster of this deck.
There's two
Link
of those
4
now. They have two Link Force.
They do. I only play Aqua Argonaut though. And then finally I will activate the effect of Marincess Battle Ocean because it has been screaming at me to do so. And by doing so, I can special summon up to 3 not special summon. Equip up to 3 Marincess Link monsters from my graveyard to Aqua Argonaut, giving it 600 attack for each one. Definitely do not want to do that. Don't know how this is going to go, but I will attack with Aqua Argonaut. Only way to find out is to learn.
I played Amazona's Spiritualist. It was more just to protect my life points.
Fair enough. No, I do not want to activate that. That is a bad idea. And to end my turn, I will play one face down.
During the end phase, I'll activate Amazona's Hall. Upon activation, I can recover an Amazona's monster in my grave or field in my hand.
I've never actually played an Amazoness deck, so I'm learning as it goes.
I'll normal summon my Amazona's Princess. When she's normal or special summoned, I can bring to my hand an Amazona's card. Or send it to the graveyard. Not sure why I'd do that, though.
I mean, you never know.
I'll grab Amazona's Call. Next, I'll activate my Amazoness Call. This will search my deck for an Amazoness monster and place it in my hand. Or no, just an Amazoness card, my bad. What shall we do? I think this one will do nicely. I'll grab Amazoness Gold Whip Master. Next, I'll activate Polymerization.
Okay.
With it, I'll fuse together my Amazoness Queen, quote-unquote, that Princess counts as when on the field, and Amazoness Golden Whip Master. Form before me, Amazoness Empress. When Golden Whip Master is sent to my graveyard, I can immediately place it in a pendulum zone. All Amazoness monsters will gain 100 attack for every level they have while Golden Whip Master's kicking around. But let's not spoil the fun too quickly. I'll return Golden Whip Master to my hand in order to special summon Amazoness Spiritualist.
I will play Princess Wave to be on the safe side, negating the effects of your Amazoness Empress for the turn.
Very well. Amazoness Empress would protect my Amazoness cards from destruction, as well as granting them the power of piercing damage. But Spiritualist here, when special summoned, can search for a polymerization. Upon which I'll be activating. By fusing together an Amazoness fusion monster and another Amazoness monster, I can fusion summon Amazoness Augustus. And when she's fusion summoned, I can special summon an Amazoness monster from my deck. I think it's time to introduce you to Amazoness Warchief. When Warchief is special summoned, then I can set an Amazoness Speller Trap or Polymerization. I think I'll go with this Amazoness Onslaught. I'll then play my Golden Whip Master once more. And with that, I'll bring my turn to a close.
Okay. In that case, it's my turn, and I shall start by drawing a card. This will do. This will do. So I will start off by normal summoning Marincess Blue Tang, and in doing so, I am then allowed to send one Marincess card. In doing so, I am then allowed to send one Marincess card from my deck to the graveyard. So I shall send Marincess Pascalus to the graveyard. Then I shall activate the effect of not that card, that's the wrong card. I'll activate the effect of Sleepy Maiden. I can target Aqua Argonaut, and then once again special summon Sleepy Maiden to the field in defense mode. I will then use my Blue Tang to link summon another Marincess Sea Angel.
In a backup Battle Ocean? Oh no, it does more than Battle Ocean. I don't know why I thought it was like Striker.
I can also activate the effect of Marincess Blue Tang, in which when Blue Tang... give me a second. When Blue Tang is used for the link summon of a Marincess monster, it will reveal the top 3 cards of my deck, and I am then allowed to add a Marincess card to my hand. So I shall add Marincess Springirl to my hand. And then Sleepy Angel shall allow me to get Marincess Dive 2. I can then play Marincess Dive, activating its effect that when Marincess Battle Ocean is in my field zone, I can special summon one Marincess monster from my deck. So I shall summon another Marincess Pasculus. Marincess Pasculus's effect then activates, which will allow me to special summon one card from my hand. So I shall special summon Marincess Springirl in defense mode. I will then use...
We go in a second Aqua Argonaut?
I'm actually still deciding on that. I will then use Sea Angel, Pasculus, and Springirl to link summon the Link 3 Marbled Rock. And by doing so, I can also activate Springirl's effect. I can send the top 3 cards of my deck equal to the number of Marincess monsters I control to the graveyard. And in doing so, you take 200 damage for each card sent.
That were Marincess cards, of course.
I'll activate the effect of Sleepy Maiden in my grave. By banishing it, I can target Aqua Argonaut, and then equip one Marincess Link monster from my grave to it. I will also activate the effect of Marincess Mandarin, targeting Marbled Rock. And by doing so, I am allowed to summon Mandarin to my field. But it will be banished when it leaves.
It's kind of weird they need to target the monster instead of having the clause of it just existing. Because it doesn't seem to do anything more.
It's a little weird.
It'd be one thing if there was equipping to it, but it's not, or boosting it or something. But
yeah, I guess it's to do with the fact that it's because it's a zone that it points to. That's my guess, anyway.
See, I didn't see any of those clauses. That makes
I'll
a bit more
activate
sense.
Marbled Rock's effect, allowing me to add one Pasculus back to my hand. I swear to God if it asks me to do that one more time.
I'm tired of these motherfucking battle oceans on this motherfucking plane.
I will activate Aqua Argonaut's effect by returning Pasculus to my hand, aka destroying it. I can target one card of yours to return to your hand. Induce quotation marks because I will target your Amazonas Augusta.
Well, that's the only one you're allowed to target.
I can target the face downs.
Well, of my Amazonas monsters, I should
Of the
specify.
monsters, yeah.
That was due to Augustus's effect.
And then I think with that, I shall proceed to my battle phase and initiate an attack with Aqua Argonaut.
Then I'll go ahead and use the effect of Golden Whipmaster. Whenever an Amazonas monster is in combat, I can destroy a spell or trap on the field. Furthermore, why don't I dismiss your front line?
Oh no. 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 In that case, I will activate not Storming Mirror Force, Marinsa's Cascade as a bit of an emergency backup. And in doing so, I will be allowed to banish Aqua Argonaut and Marbled Rock. And I guess I'll give Sleepy Maiden the attack. And doing so, I can also by you activating that card and the crawling enemy being sent to the graveyard, I can activate its effect to target one Marinsa's card in my graveyard apart from crawling enemy and add it to my hand. And with that, I will end my turn.
Then it's my turn.
Not the best position, but I will make do.
Let's start with this. I can use the effect of my Spiritualist, because its effect can also be activated in the graveyard, to return an Amazonas card to my hand to special summon it. Unfortunately, there's no more polymerization in my deck. But that's okay. Because I'm going to special summon Amazonas Warchief. And I'll use its ability. Now, let's go ahead and grab this. My Amazonas Secret Arts. And of course, Amazonas Village will now be played. All Amazonas monsters will gain 200 attack points. But let's not forget one of my shining stars here, Amazonas Onslaught. My Warchief will attack. Any monster that now does battle with an Amazonas monster, I can now banish! Thanks to my Onslaught. And with that, I end my turn.
In that case, it is my turn, and I shall start by drawing a card. And then during my standby phase, the secondary effect of Marincess Cascade activates, allowing me to resummon Marbled Rock and Aqua Argonaut that I previously banished. I will then replay Marincess Battle Ocean. And set a card here before, I think. Yes. I will activate the effect of Marincess Pasculus in my graveyard, banishing it, and allowing me to retrieve a Marincess card from my graveyard, not deck, and add it back to my hand. So I shall add back Marincess Wave and set a card. I shall then summon Marincess Pasculus, its ability activating it and allowing me to summon one Marincess monster from my hand in defense mode, for which I will summon Sleepy Maiden. I will then use Pasculus to summon the Link 1 Marincess Blue Slug. Blue Slug's effect then activates, allowing me to target one Marincess card in my graveyard and one Marincess monster in my graveyard and add it to my hand. Right, not messing that up. So I shall add Marincess Seahorse.
Here comes the boomerang.
It's back again. I'll then special summon Marincess Seahorse to Aqua Argonaut's zone. And I shall then activate the effect of Marincess Aqua Argonaut, returning Seahorse to my hand, to then return your Amazoness Onslaught to yours.
Very well.
Because, quite frankly, I don't need more of my cards banished. I will then activate Marincess Marbled Rock's effect, allowing me to target one more Marincess card in my graveyard and add it back to my hand. So I shall choose the ever-lovely Marincess Dive, which I will then promptly activate. Which, once again, due to the effect of Marincess Battle Ocean, will let me directly summon a Marincess monster from my deck. So I shall summon Marincess Blue Tank, and activate its effect. To send another Marincess Manda into the graveyard. Because that's not important at all, don't pay attention to that.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I mean, okay, do pay attention to it, but that's because I'm going to activate its effect right now. Targeting Aqua Argonaut, which once again makes no sense, and special summoning it.
Actually, yeah, I still don't get why it has to target. That's weird.
Yeah, and just be to any zone.
It could have been like Link Infaflyer, a really early Link era monster. You can special summon this to a zone of Link monster points to. Easy as that. They could have had the same goddamn clause, only restricted to Marincess.
Yeah, it is weird. I don't understand it.
Who chose the text on your card?
Anyway, I will use...
Were you made by someone traumatized by the American school system of having to write so many words?
I'll use Blue Slug, Mandarin, and Blue Tank to link summon the Link 3 Coral Triangle.
Hello!
Which I will also activate Marincess Battle Ocean for. and then chain Princess Blue Tang's effect. There's a running theme here. Lots of chains, lots of effects. Sea Archiver, Spring Girl, and ignore that last one.
Gamma Seal.
Ignore it. You saw nothing.
Ignore me!
I'll add. Oh, so I'll then use Marbled Rock, Coral Anemone, and one of my Sea Angels to equip all to Coral Triangle. I'll activate Coral Triangle's effect to send Spring Girl to the graveyard, to add a Marincess trap to my hand. All of you are useless. I just realized my spell and trap zone is a little full.
Just a
It's
smidge.
fine. I
And I
will
thought you were gonna go
add...
another Aqua Argonaut with what all you had.
I'll add Marincess Snow to my hand. Who needs more Aqua Argonauts? Probably me. Okay, I will then use my Marbled Rock to attack your Amazoness War Chief.
You seem to have forgotten my Golden Whipmaster is still sticking around. So I'll destroy Battle Ocean! Meaning your Marble Rock will bite the dust, and all of your big boosts are gone.
Okay. Well, I can at least still use Aqua Argonaut to destroy your Spiritualist.
Go ahead. Because now the effect of my Amazoness village activates! When an Amazoness monster is destroyed, I can special summon one of the same level or lower from my deck.
Okay. In that case, I shall now end my turn.
What, you don't want to assault the poor little kitty?
Oh right, I could still attack.
Well, we're going to skip that part. This is a fusion spell!
Oh, okay.
Look upon your doom! My Amazoness pet king Liger! And whenever an Amazoness monster is summoned, once per turn, I can special summon my baby tiger.
Why has that got so much attack?
Well,
Oh,
it gains
it just
attacks
has...
based on its level due to my Golden Whipmaster, and an extra 200 from Amazoness Village.
Oh. Okay.
And you know what they say, one good turn deserves another. I'll be returning my pet baby tiger back to my hand.
I will activate the effect of Marincess Wave to negate the effects of your pet Liger King. And in doing so, also grant my... and I'll also train Metaverse, because I have that. It's not part of Marincess, I just have it.
I mean, a lot of people just have it because it's good.
Yeah, I originally played Terraforming before it got banned. I can then immediately activate Battle Ocean.
Cute.
I did not realize I could.
And because an Amazoness monster was summoned, guess who else comes back?
Hello, Amazoness baby tiger.
Now, this one will be fun. 'cause my monster can still attack, can't it?
Oh, it can. That is very true.
And I still have my Whipmaster.
Do be advised though, you cannot affect my cards with card effects currently. My monsters anyway. You can't affect my monsters with card effects.
Well, I don't need to really worry about your monsters. So, why don't I give you a little sample? Golden Whipmaster, destroy Battle Ocean!
Here we go again.
Wanna see something cool? My Amazoness Sage is from an older era.
I can activate the effect of call an enemy to add one Princess card from my graveyard to my hand. And I need to be very careful about what I pick now. I will add Battle Ocean to my hand.
You think that card has seen enough abuse?
All 3 copies are in the graveyard. I have to make do somehow.
Well, I think... Well... I think I'll set a card face down. And end my turn.
Okay. That... I can activate the effect of Marincess Pascals in my graveyard, banishing it to then add a Marincess card back to my hand. So, welcome back, Marincess Dive.
Why don't we say hello to my Amazoness Onslaught?
Forgot
Go ahead
about
and get that going.
I will activate my Marincess Battle Ocean, bringing it back once again. Before activating Marincess Dive. Which... need to actually be a little smart about this. I'll activate its first effect to target one non-link in my graveyard and special summon it.
I will also inform you, in case you plan on doing battle, you can only please throw down with my pet Liger King.
Oh. Good to know, good to know.
Tiger, Pet Liger, and Pet Liger King all have this type of effect.
Okay.
Baby Tiger does not. Baby Tiger has a small attack boost for
I would be,
some weird
I'd be a
reason.
little worried if Baby Tiger did.
No, I can't make that kind of luck yet. But if I did summon an original version of Tiger, then it would. Or if I summoned another Pet King Liger or Pet Liger, then I could.
Oh, that is true. Anyway, I
It
will
didn't used
send
to be
my third and
possible
final
until the
to the
fusion came
graveyard.
out. Well, the very first Pet Liger came out.
Oh, that's fair. I will then use my Blue Tank and my Sleepy Maiden to link summon the Link 3 Coralline enemy.
And part of the reason of that is they restricted you could only control one Pet Liger on the field, or Pet Tiger on the field at a time, which is why Baby Tiger here counts as that. Pet Liger and Empress required the specific Queen and Tiger as their fusion materials, while Pet Liger King and Augustus used like a fusion material or fusion monster and a level 5 or higher monster.
Okay,
While being a bit more
that's good to
generic,
know.
they also a bit more. They still had some sort of requirement.
Honestly, I didn't know until recently that, well, until right now, this duel, that Amazoness had gotten pendulum support.
Oh yeah, that's also part of them. They have two of them, Golden Whipmaster, and I think it's Silver Chainmaster. I want to say.
I can't say myself. I haven't seen the other one yet.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's in the deck, but I haven't drawn it. Clearly,
Anyway,
my
I will
hand is empty.
activate Leapy Maiden's ability to summon Springirl.
I think I'll stop that one with infinite impermanence.
Oh, you have one too.
I mean, you got it with a bunch of packs.
Oh, right, yeah.
It only costs 700 gems. You got 10 packs and an infinite impermanence. I'd be a fool not to.
This is fine. I can make do with this. Because... what can I say except welcome back, Boomerang? And I'll use...
Marincis Frisbee!
I'll use Seahorse and Call an Enemy to link summon Link 3. Coral Triangle.
Hello, Coral Triangle.
We can then add... who do I want to add back to my hand? That's a good question. I think I will add Marincess Wave back to my hand. Which I will then
I mean, if you're going to negate a Liger so you can attack the other monsters, I should remind you that my village can replace an Amazoness monster that's destroyed. In addition, I think it's time I inform you of my other powers here. Hot Springs can heal me if I take damage from battle with an Amazoness monster. Hall can heal me once per turn when you special summon a monster. I've been very picky, and I haven't used it yet.
Yeah, no, I noticed there was an effect popping off quite a lot. Anyway, that won't stop me from doing this. Negating the effects of your Liger.
Also, Pet King Liger here only confirmed the male of the entire archetype.
Wait, really?
Well, all the main deck monsters are females, and then the others are just Tiger or Pet Liger. This is the only one to have a masculine title in his name. And in the anime, the Tiger was also female.
Okay. Well, the more you know. Anyway, I will then proceed to the battle phase. Under normal circumstances, yes, I would only be able to attack your Liger, but by negating its effects, I can direct my attack to other monsters.
Oh, too bright, are you?
Spell, that's right.
Onslaught, banish it!
That is okay.
Is it?
It is okay, everything is fine.
Oh look, no. Amazoness Call! I'll go ahead and activate it. Silver Sword Master. That's his name. Now, while Golden Whip, if destroyed, it spells or traps. Silver Sword recovers my spells and traps.
Okay.
And now, here's something interesting. I can use my pet Liger King's ability to destroy an Amazoness card on my field to revive one from my graveyard.
In doing so, you're also rendering it unable to attack.
I don't think that will be much of an issue.
I guess so, yeah. 300 points isn't that much of a difference.
Also, you'll notice my Silver Sword also rose the attack points of all my Amazoness monsters by 100 for every level they had.
Okay.
Sage, attack directly! I'll use my Silver Sword to grab my secret arts. Empress, finish this!
Good game.
That was only the first of 3.
That was. I was wondering, what one of your monsters had an effect that prevented me from playing cards?
Like in general? None of them.
Or specifically traps, because I had Marinsa's Bubble Ring in my hand, which allows me to, or I guess, oh wait, no, never mind, it's not a hand trap. Marinsa's cards can be hand traps, apart from Bubble Ring, apparently. Why didn't I set it?
Because it'd be blown up by Sage.
That is also true.
Because Sage has the same effect of Golden Whip.
Oh, okay.
It's from the really old era where every deck tried to have an MST-like monster when MST got banned.
Anyway, if it's okay with you, could we take a quick break for a minute? I want to go grab some water and a little snack.
Alright. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. I am back.
Welcome back.
Ready for round 2?
Let's do this.
Round 2 of possibly 3. Let's see how this goes.
I have a decent hand, I can fight back. Last time, I hardly had something to work with. Thankfully, I was able to pull off something. With the minuscule thing I had.
Well, let's see how things go this time. Which also change it up a little. I'll go first. Maybe, but also like this is not a good hand.
Don't worry, now there's mine.
I'll start with something which says blue tank.
But then again,
Activate.
our considerations for not great hands might be very different.
That is true. Well, we'll see. I'll activate blue tank's effect.
I'm just gonna stop that here now.
Oh no.
None of that! Shame on you!
You know what? Sure, in that case I'll go straight to this. I'll summon Sea Angel.
Hello, Sea Angel.
Actually... maybe. Maybe I can make this work. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect. I'll add Battle Ocean to my hand.
Hi, welcome to the stream!
And then I'll use Sea Angel's effect to add Marincess Dive. Which I will then promptly use to special summon one Marincess monster from my deck. So I shall special summon the ever lovely Pasculus, activating Pasculus's effect in the process to special summon Basilalima. Basilalima, yeah. Okay. I will then use Sleepy Angel and Pasculus to link summon the link to Coral Anemone. Activating Coral Anemone's effect to revive one monster from my graveyard to a link zone it points to. Then, using Coral Anemone and the blue tank I just revived, I will link summon the link 3 Marbled Rock.
Rock!
You see where this is going.
Well, you're either gonna stick with that or go Aqua Argonaut. One of the two.
The latter. I will use Coral Anemone's graveyard effect to add Marincess Dive back to my hand, before using Marbled Rock and Basilalima to link summon the link for Aqua Argonaut. And then activating Battle Ocean's effect to summon Marbled Rock, or not summon, but set Marbled Rock, Coral Anemone, and Sea Angel in my spell and trap zones. And with
to
that,
something here in chat. I have a no soliciting rule in my chat. Alright. Let's see what we can do.
Honestly, I didn't think that was going to be a good hand. I'm surprised I managed to summon Aqua Argonaut. I got lucky.
I'll activate my Amazoness call.
I will promptly shut that down by using Aqua Argonaut's effect. I can special summon one monster attached to it. In this case, I choose Marbled Rock. And in doing so, negate your spell.
Very well. Ah, I see. Well, this is going to be a bit weird for you. I summon Amazoness Baby Tiger.
Wait. Huh.
Why so shocked?
It doesn't have any... It doesn't have... Hmm. I
It's
have
like, what
no
this
clue
bitch
why you
doing?
summoned that. I have no clue why you summoned that. But
Well,
sure.
how about I take those attack points off your hands?
Spell card.
With this spell, I can swap the attack values of an Amazoness monster I control and a monster you control.
Well, in response to that, I can activate the effect of Marincess Wave to not only negate the effect of your Amazoness Tiger, but because I control a link to a higher Marincess monster, all of my Marincesses become unaffected by card effects for the rest of the turn.
Well, damn. Then I'll set 2 cards face down and end my turn.
Okay. In that case, I shall start by drawing a card.
Side note, the attack value you gain that Baby Tiger has is 100 for every Amazoness card in my graveyard.
Okay, noted, noted. I shall start by activating Pasculus's effect from my graveyard, banishing it to add a trap back to my hand. Marincess Wave.
Then I'll go ahead and activate Amazoness Hot Springs. I think I'll go ahead and grab my Amazoness Princess.
Okay. I will start. I will start by summoning Basilima in attack position and activate Marincess Dive from my hand, special summoning one Marincess monster from my deck. I will special summon Spring Girl. Next, haven't. Yes. Next, I will activate Marbled Rock's ability. Once again, recycling Marincess Dive because I love this card.
It is very good.
No other reason. Next, I shall activate the ability of Aqua Argonaut, returning Spring Girl to my hand, and then returning your face down to yours. Do I know what it is? No. I will activate.
Do I want to make sure it's not Onslaught? Yes.
Yes. I'll activate Spring Girl's ability from my hand, banishing Basilima to special summon it. Back to the field. Welcome back, Spring Girl. I can also activate Basilima's ability, where if it is banished, I can give Aqua Argonaut 600 more attack. Next up, I will use... Yes. I will use Spring Girl and Basilima to link summon the Link 2 Coral Anemone. Activating Spring Girl's effect to send the top 3 cards of my deck to the graveyard and give you 200 damage for each one. Can I just say I'm sorry in advance for this? I activate...
I'm afraid I didn't catch that previous statement.
I activate Gamma Seal. Welcome, Gamma Seal.
I mean, that's just weird.
Yes, but also I don't want to activate Hot Spring's ability or effect. By getting rid of your Amazon S card, that effect will not activate. And by doing so, I can activate Call an Enemy's effect to special summon Blue Tank back to the field. And then using Blue Tank and Call an Enemy to special summon a second Marincess Marble Rock. Activating Call an Enemy's effect to add Blue Tank back to my hand. Yes, Blue Tank. Also activating its effect to search the top 3 cards of my deck. That was useful. Okay, sure.
Riveting.
I wonder which card I'm going to pick.
Was it the only Marincess card I flipped over?
Anyway, proceeding to the battle phase. My first Marble Rock will attack Gamma Seal. After which my second Marble Rock and Aqua Argonaut. Oh, you're joking.
Here's the thing, if just one more card on that mill effect had been a Marincess, this would be game.
This would. Or if I had Sleepy Maiden's effect to attach another card to Aqua Argonaut. Wow. Okay.
This is where he sparks for game.
I'll end my turn there. This is fine. This is a complete
draw.
Yeah, this is where Aqua is a little busted.
I'll start by summoning my Amazoness Princess! Her effect, and then Baby Tiger's effect.
Okay. I do not trust this, so I'm going to shut this down as quick as possible.
You don't trust the search?
Not even a search. And that will also prevent any more effects from targeting my cards for the rest of the turn too.
Let's see here. Yeah, alright. Can I offer you a poly in these trying times?
God, that is evil. God, that's so evil. Yeah, this is Aqua Argonaut at full power.
And this is me at minimal power.
Aqua Argonaut should not be allowed to be this powerful.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you, the only monster I had in my starting hand was Tiger.
Oh, Oh god, the rest of your hand was spells and traps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
You know
that
how
is
I
a
told
brick.
you I have extremely horrid luck?
That sounds like a brick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
It do be like that.
It do be.
Well, since I'm gonna die next turn anyways, I'm just gonna go ahead and use the other effect of Amazon's Call. On my Amazoness Princess, this allows her to attack all of your monsters. Square up, bitch!
I don't know, I think that's a completely fair matchup between Princess and Argonaut.
The scary thing is, if I had
I
more
believe.
life points, I would have healed from that and been able to do her whole shenanigans.
That is true, actually, yeah. Oh yeah, because you're a trap.
And
That
she
was the
has
reason
her
I
own
used,
secondary effect.
but they were negated due to
Mm-hmm.
wave.
Yep, they were indeed negated.
Yeah, yeah.
Princess
That's
is
the
scary.
reason. That trap is the whole reason I used Gamma Seal to begin with. Otherwise, when I
Oh
destroyed your
no, I
baby
would have
tiger,
healed
I mean, to be fair, then you would have had what?
600
Uh,
life points. No, wait, no. Yeah,
just
yeah,
more than
600.
600.
600. That was the
I
entire
swear more than 600.
different value. Because you only inflicted 500 from the attack on Gamma Seal. Because
But
I
if it
would have
was
healed
baby
the.
tiger, it would have been.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered what it been for Tiger, because I would have healed the entire amount back.
Yes, yeah.
So it'd only be 500 difference.
Okay. Still, good match. Yeah, the Princess is a little scary. Just a little.
Amazonas is a little outdated. Just a little.
I mean, to be fair, it's still quite good, honestly.
It takes a lot of practice.
That's true. Also, like, I know Aqua Argonaut really does not seem like doesn't make it seem like it, and Wave, but
You
this
haven't
deck
met
really
one of my
does not.
scarier, smaller monsters.
Fair enough. Yeah, this deck really does not have a lot of negates apart from Wave and Argonaut.
I think I should just warn you about it right now. Amazon is Swordswoman.
I have, I've heard of that card. I've definitely heard of it. Maybe
Yeah,
I don't remember.
what it does is instead of me taking the damage from battles involving it, it's you.
Oh, I do remember this. This is an old card.
It's also horrifyingly still effective. It's how I beat Pearlies.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. God, that's such an old card. I remember it from ages ago. Oh my god. Yeah, I think literally the only way I'd be able to get out of something like that is with Wave.
Mm-hmm.
So if I didn't have a Wave on hand, then I'd just be basically
And
killing
then if you
myself.
just stack a few other effects more with it, like Onslaught, Queen, Empress, or Augustus protecting it from being destroyed. Maybe
Oh
have Village
god.
in there too to replace it with a second swordswoman if it does die, and then that attacks two and dies, and that attacks two and dies.
Oh, Swordswoman has the potential to be very scary.
Oh yeah, there was some meta swordswoman stuff in the early Duel Links era
Oh god, oh
because they were
yeah. No,
using
I can
a
imagine.
trap card called Megamorphosis or something like that. It
I've
was a
heard of
trap that doubled the attack of an opponent's monster, but didn't allow that monster to attack directly.
Wow.
And then they'd summon Swordswoman against it. And if it was something like Lava Golem, that's 6,000 versus 1,500. That's game in Duel Links.
That sounds... Oh god. No, okay, yeah, Swordwoman's very scary in that regard. I think her only weakness there is that her effects, not necessarily by my deck, but by a lot of other decks that do run negates, can be shut down very quickly.
But it has to be an effect, or it has to be a negate that doesn't require it to be a trigger. That's a bit rarer.
That is true, yeah.
Your wave is one of the few that is one that doesn't require it to be a trigger.
Yeah, it's just the negate. I guess, yeah, that would do it. Just anything that, instead of being
because
a trigger...
her ability is a passive ability.
Yeah, it just has to negate the whole card, basically.
Because Swordswoman's existence is what makes her scary.
It's literally her whole existence. Her existence is to be scary. Anyway, round 3.
We've been at this for almost 2 hours.
Oh jeez. That first duel was very long.
It was. Like, we chatted on for like 20 or 30 minutes at first, but that first duel took like an hour.
I guess that's what happens when you put Amazoness against Princess.
Reasonably, that shouldn't be what's happening, because Amazoness aren't that good. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Diddle-oop. Diddle-oom. Let's see.
No, summoning Silver Swords this time.
Mm-hmm. When she's destroyed by battle or card effect, I can put her in the Pendulum Zone, though.
Right. Honestly, I've seen that effect so little. I see that effect more like with
the big
special monsters
fusion ones, yeah.
Yeah, with like Performer Panel or such. Or Odd Eyes.
Odd Eyes Rebellion was the first to do it.
Oh god. Odd Eyes is a rabbit hole to go down. Fun, but a rabbit hole.
I'll activate Fusion Reserve!
Oh, hello, Fusion Reserve. Yeah, especially when there was a point in my dueling career when I was dead set on trying to summon Zark the way the show did it. So I'd quite literally be trying to summon Clearwing, Dark Rebellion, Odd Eyes.
But they didn't do that in the show.
That's true, but they did
use the replacement magicians. Black Fang, Purple Eyes.
Actually, did they?
Yeah, with Astrograph.
I swear, I remember
it was literally turn 1.
It was maybe, yeah. It was really weird with the show because then there was also like the whole point at which they did it outside of a duel. Like they just did
this
it.
Big ass string of duels.
Yeah, the Zark duel is so funny because it was.
But here's the thing: I wish it would have either ended with that, and the whole thing with Yuma or Yuya is like everyone's back. But the way they chose to finish, just like, yeah, bring back a fucking reincarnated Riley with Zark's soul, make him smile, and that'll be enough. I think this would be more satisfying if we just had Yuya actually, like, face Zark himself.
Yeah. Though to be fair, I do like that last duel that they did purely because they did introduce you to what is still one of my favorite cards. I love Five Rainbow Magician. It just looks so cool.
He still could have used that, though.
That is true. Yeah. But yeah, Five Rainbow Magician is... I don't know why I find it so fun, because I guess it's just because in the... obviously, for an actual duel, it would just be like, hey, negate this or draw spells. But in the show, they actually made it look cool, and that was enough for me at the time.
Sometimes all you gotta do is style all over your opponent.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's so
Welcome
funny
back,
because
Evan. We're still doing this.
we're still doing this. Yeah, it's just funny because a lot of the time it just be me. With a lot of the decks I played, it'd just be me trying to do dumb stuff like with the Synchros, it'd be trying to summon Quasar. With Utopia, it would be trying to summon Utopic Future. With Performer Pals and Odd Eyes, it'd be trying to summon Zark, which
What deck am
doesn't
I
really
playing?
fit.
I'm still playing Amazonas.
Yep.
We're still technically in our tournament duel. It's been 1-1.
It's been a long day. Oh, hello, Sea Archive. Sea Archiver? Sure. Oh, right, yeah, because these things work with just water monsters, so Sea Archiver just exists for the sake of...
I just got back, so no idea what you're playing. Ah, you've been gone a while.
A long while.
You don't
Yeah,
need to
with
be
Utopia...
sorry. I don't dictate what you do with your free time.
Yeah, with Utopias it'd always be, what, Utopic... Yeah, Utopic Future. And
I was
then
actually a
with
big fan of Utopia Ray Victory.
Utopia... I do like the Utopia Ray Victory line. That whole line, yeah.
Nobody ever used Victory, though, and that always saddens me, because he's like the quintessential, I'm gonna hit you, and it doesn't matter what your attack, what your effects, anything. Nothing matters. This is gonna hurt, bitch.
Honestly, fair enough.
Because
I
they couldn't
remember it
activate
being...
cards or effects. He could use his effects to gain the attack points of whoever he's thrown down with. Literally every duel in the anime after his introduction that they didn't use them, I'm just like, dude, just summon Victory. You have the rank up. Do it!
Rank ups were a fun addition, though. I actually quite enjoy them. But, wait, is that...
I'm gaining life points.
Okay. Go ahead. Is that 2,500? Yes, it
Yep.
is.
It is whatever value you have upon its summon.
Okay, because I do know quite a few cards that are just like...
Do the original, yeah.
Face value.
This one specifically states whatever your current value is.
I've just had a terrifying thought under that. What if someone activated that card when the opponent had Numeronius Numeronia?
Or 10,000 Dragon.
Oh god. Do the life point counters even go up that high?
Oh yeah, they go up pretty damn high. Especially if you've, like, built your deck for healing.
Oh, that's true. God, let me tell you about the pain that is trying. Let me tell you about the pain that is trying to play Trickstar against an Aromage and a Rosematherapy player. Let's just say it was a very long duel.
Like a War of arbitration.
It was a very, very long, much longer than our first one. I think it went on for like, I want to say like an hour and a half-ish.
I've had a duel like that before. We were both using not fantastic decks because we weren't that good at deck building yet.
Yeah.
But it took a while. I eventually won with Chaos Necromancer. It lasted that long that it could be decided with something that gained attack points based on what was in the grave.
That sounds... Oh god. Yes. And I'll also do this. Princess Wave. My favorite. It's funny because I was having a conversation with Zet the other day, and it's like, I don't want to. I like having my pure archetype decks. I don't want to have like the small core engine bunch in the game and stuff. Oh right, yeah, that goes there. Forgot about you. Hello. Yeah, the whole bunch of negates stuff.
I got a hydrate and a stretch. Redeem.
Oh. Yeah, the whole bunch of negate stuff never really tickled my fancy. I've always been more of just like, I love the archetype, I want to play the archetype. I don't want to play 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Ghost Ogre, 3 Max C, and then 5 cards from the archetype.
Felt. Let's see.
I think pretty much stuff like Impermanence and Gamma Seal. Well, Gamma Seal's recent, that's what Skittles told me about. That's like
several years old by now.
Yeah.
Impermanence came out after Gamma Seal.
Yes, it did. It came out
a couple years later, but even it's starting to age a little bit.
God, it is, isn't it? That was a while ago, because Lynx came out a while ago. Wow. But yeah, apart from stuff like that, which is pretty much just the safety, because it's really the only things I really have. It's really the only things I have that can stop stuff like Kashtira, for example. I always run pure archetypes, and even those changes are recent. Like back when I played Utopia, it'd be like exclusively Utopia and Utopia cards.
I'll run some staples, but not like an overly abundant amount.
I get that.
Like as you've seen, I have Impermanence and
yep.
2 of the Mirror Forces.
Yeah, I did notice the Mirror Forces. Mirror Force, the one bane of a Link deck. Though, I do think this could be game. Unless there's some other negate I'm aware of. Or like an infinite impermanence and such. Because I do know I can chain up now.
Pulling out your Marble Rock.
Just have to have a look. And go for another one of you. Yeah, a lot of Marinta's deck is trying to link up and then just using Aqua Argonauts to just stay up there. Because it does have a lot of effects to protect itself. It's once its effects start getting played with, then issues get created. Okay, I have to do a substantial bit more damage. This is fine. You. Hello, Boomerang.
Yeah, my hand was not great in this either. Wasn't as bad as last time, but it still doesn't work.
Yeah, I think last duel was a prime example of what I was saying about, like, I can't make the most of what seems like a brick at first, although half of that was luck.
You know nothing of bricks.
I mean, I used to brick a lot with the Utopia deck, so...
So
there
my
is
Utopia deck back in the day with Zexal weapons and Victory was actually at its core a Heraldic Beast deck.
Oh.
Complete with number 8 and Heraldcy Crest.
Oh.
Back in the Xyz era. So that could become a menace at a drop of a hat.
Just a little bit of a menace.
It's like, here's my Neo Galaxy eyes. Here's number 8. Yum, 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 yum.
Honestly, fair enough.
I've actually done that to win a duel. It was awesome.
Honestly, I feel that. Gonna do the this isn't gonna be it.
Need a bit more.
7,600. 8,600. Oh, I'm 400 off.
Do you have that burn effect somewhere?
Actually.
Can you special summon another monster?
That's what I'm looking into.
Actually, I see one way you can. Potentially. Oh wait, no, hold on.
7,600. Oh wait, no, wait.
And that one won't work. Oh, he can switch. Okay.
You can just switch.
Don't know why I thought he was summoned this turn.
Yeah, no, that one was been on the field since the previous turn. The other one that I summoned this turn, which I then used to attach material to Marble Drop. GG though.
GG.
Honestly, I think if you did have better starting hands, then the way especially with that first duel, I think if you did have better starting hands,
even that first duel was not great.
I mean, to be fair, that first duel, I thought I had a pretty good start, but
I managed to scrap my way into something, but it wasn't.
You did a very good job of making it seem like it wasn't.
No, it really wasn't. The only monster I had in my starting hand was Spiritualist.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. It was that search that I got off Hot Springs activation for Princess. That was, and you not negating Princess is what allowed me to do all of my bullshit.
Oh.
That's how scary Princess can be.
I don't think I had a chance.
I already lost, Noir, but welcome.
At the time. I don't think I had a negate that I could have used on Princess at the time. Because you did also go first.
Yeah, but that was turn 3 that I had Princess.
Oh.
Because I searched her off of a trap activation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I had
have
Wave
yet.
No, and Wave you can only activate... Well, you can activate from your hand with a link 3 or higher.
Which you had. You had Aqua Argonaut from turn 1. Or your turn 1. So technically turn 2.
Oh, that is true. Huh.
You just didn't have Wave in your hand. At least I assume so, because you didn't stop it. Or any of the things I pulled off afterwards, like Call, and Chief, and Empress, and Polymerization.
I did have Wave in my hand. Wonder why that didn't... Yeah, so I did all my... I'm just looking at the replay now because I'm genuinely curious on what my thought process was. There's...
Banish Doppel to the Shadow Realm. No!
No! Yeah, there's that Arcanaut. I set Wave. What did I use Wave on?
Let's... Okay. Play, replay, Doppelganger. Mind Crush! But hi, Noir. Welcome to the stream.
Right. I didn't think Princess was a threat at first, so I
You didn't think a searcher was a threat. Hi, cuties. How are ya?
No.
We're, I'm bricking a lot, let's put it that way. Okay, so, actually, for that final duel, though, wanna know what was in my hands? No spells and traps, that's for certain. It was all monsters, but it was 2 baby tiger, and queen.
Oh god.
Oh, well, the king of rooks. I really am. Tiger cannot special summon itself if baby tiger cannot special summon itself if it's baby tiger you summon, of course. And with it becoming tiger on the field, it can't special summon itself if you summon tiger. And queen is a level 6.
Yeah.
Marincis time to nap. Yeah, he was using Marincis, I was using Amazonis.
Yeah, Marincess and Trickstar are my 2 go-tos. I've not used Trickstar in this tournament yet, purely because it is more of a deck for fun.
Queens v Queens.
Very true.
Yeah, I pulled off Princess, I then played Call, I got Golden Whipmaster. Did some fusion for Empress. I did that. Oh no, then you'd used Wave, and you stopped Empress from doing her thing. I'm like, alright, but it was already too late, I was already having resources to do more.
Yeah, I didn't
like, here's
realize
Augustus.
Full extent at the time.
Yeah, if you want to stop Amazonis, you stop Princess.
Yeah,
if
and
they
then
have
obviously...
Call or War Chief after Princess, you're gonna need another negate. Because they can equally go into their bullshit from one of those two.
Yeah, and then obviously by that point, when I had negated Empress, you had already summoned Augusta.
Yeah, I was already planning to summon her, because I had bounced back the Golden Whipmaster.
Oh right, yeah, that's why you did that.
I had sent her to the grave via fusion, which triggered her effect to be placed in the Pendulum Zone, which gave me an Amazonis card on my field I could easily put back on the field.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Look retrospectively, that makes sense.
And as a level 5 material, she also could have been used to summon Pet King Liger.
Oh damn, right, yeah, so you could have gone straight to Liger.
This feels like if Lab was a Link deck.
I've not had much experience with Labyrinth, so I
haven't either. I've faced them like once or twice, and I gave them a fair bit of trouble. A loss, but I gave them some channel.
I wanna have a look. What does the fandom say the overview is?
Your review of what?
The fandom, like, overview. Labyrinth cards are themed around after Trapfield mentioned. Oh no, that's just the actual design. A trap-focused archetype on using normal trap cards to remove monsters from the field in order to activate trigger effects. I guess Marincess does feel kinda similar. But that
Marincess tries to
exclusive
control the
part,
battle phase before it even begins, but Amazonas also rule the battle phase, as you can see
yeah,
whenever
Princess is
I
very much a
actually had
battle
cards to
fight.
play.
Like with that first deck, what I was thinking about Bubble Ring. Bubble Ring is essentially a last ditch effort. It's negate and summon Marincess Crystal Heart.
I was wondering why you never summoned Crystal Heart before.
Usually my strategy goes straight for Aqua Argonaut and then I forget about Crystal Heart and its
Yeah, but
abilities.
using Crystal Heart to summon Aqua Argonaut would have protected her a bit more.
That is true, and also having Crystal Heart then point down to Aqua Argonaut. But yeah, always by that point I forget that I've... And usually I use Coral and Enemy to continue the chain of summoning monsters that actually allows me to get Argonaut.
Well, here's the thing. What I would suggest doing with Coral and an enemy, using her to pull out a Marincess monster that can pull out, of course, another Marincess, and using those two to summon Crystal Heart, and then using Crystal Heart and an enemy to summon your Aqua Argonaut with some protection.
Oh. Oh, that's not a bad idea at all. I quite like that actually. Yeah, I always forget about Crystal Heart, and then by the time I remember, it's like, well, not too much I can do with this now. What else? I have a couple other cards in my extra deck that I never used. So I shown Blue Slugs, the Angel Caller enemy. There's Crystal Heart. There's a random Splash Mage, and I don't know why he's in here.
Because he's a
I
good
can't.
cyber monster that works with fusion and reviving.
That's true, but also this deck doesn't have any fusions.
I thought it had one fusion. Huh.
Does it? Maybe it does.
I
I don't
thought it
know.
did. Let me double check. Marincess.
No.
Doesn't?
No, it's exclusively Lynx.
Hmm.
Which is actually rare because a lot of the other decks, like
Well, Trickstar's
Salamence Blade.
itself
Yeah, Trickstar has a couple.
has
Well, it has
one
one
fusion monster.
fusion. Band Sweet Guitar is actually quite good. Especially. It's funny because my Trickstar deck is less a burn deck and more a beat stick deck. Because what I always end up doing is using Holly Angel and Band Sweet Guitar and Bella Madonna to pump attack into Holly Angel until it has like 4,600.
I remember getting almost FTK'd by a Trickstar deck when my friend first used it against me.
Honestly,
That was back
that's...
when Revival and whatnot were at 3.
Oh, right, yeah, because it's been limit... Why?
Been
Oh, yeah,
limited and banned for eons at different points in times.
yeah, reincarnation is a little broken.
Just a little.
Just a little. I don't understand why Light Stage is limited, or semi-limited though, because Light Arena is just better.
Well, Light Stage was... Well, it can lock down a spell or trap if not activated upon that initial activation of its locking. And if
Oh,
it
that's
doesn't
true.
work to activate during the end turn like it tries to force it to, then it's no good. And plus, it deals damage.
That is true, yeah.
Does Arena deal damage?
It doesn't, but it allows you to summon
That's probably it then.
one token. Wait, no, that's not right either. Where's... Not Arena. Oh, Light Arena.
I do have
Light Arena has that same lock, but without the damage.
some other decks if you'd like to see them.
I'd love to, but also it is getting quite late here, so I
I
might
gotcha,
need
I
to save
gotcha.
that for another time. Yeah, not light stage, it was live stage, which is slightly different, but what it basically does is you can add a trick star monster from your grave to your hand upon activation, and then you can summon up to 2 tokens per your turn.
Yeah, I've seen it used a lot more in Duel Links than anything.
Honestly, I've not played Duel Links in a while. I stopped during the Pendulum stuff, so I never got to see the links get introduced.
I pop in every now and then.
Fair enough, though. As I understand it, are planning to add rush duels.
They just added it, I believe.
Oh, okay. Honestly,
Behold, the format we don't have outside Japan.
yeah,
That's the
that
reason I
format alone.
haven't sat down and watched Rush or Go Rush. We don't have this format. It's gonna make me
Yeah.
feel bad. I did watch like the first couple of episodes of Rush in Japanese. It looked really cool. Kind of weird that you literally reload your entire hand. That seems potentially busted, but whatever. I'm sure they've adapted
Yeah.
to some degeneracy.
I mean, to be fair, I think the thing with rush duels in that sense is that both people can do it, so it
Mm-hmm.
balances out. But yeah, honestly, I think rush duels are the one thing that making me consider and go back to Duel Links for a bit, just because it does seem like fun, and it is a format I want to try.
The design of the cards, at the very least, are really cool. That I
The
will give
designs
it.
are very cool, and then they also have the weird boss. They have this weird boss monster thing, where it's essentially you get 3 parts of a monster, a left, right, and center, and you can play all 3 of them to actually create the monster.
Ooh, we're getting. That is some Pokemon levels of and Magic Gathering levels of fusing your cards together.
Yeah, maximum cards. That is it.
Which I'm pretty sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Technically started with Exodia being a thing, just
That
not
is true.
summoned.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
yeah.
Magic was the first time I saw it on a summoned card.
Yeah. No, that would be it. Yeah, maximum summoning. To maximum summon, must have a maximum monster and 2 monsters listed on the card, which have the same name but with R and L in the names.
If they
Then
don't
you
make an
special summon.
Exodia variant out of that, they have failed.
They
It doesn't
should.
even have
Yeah,
to win the duel kind of thing. It'd just be like other related Exodia things.
yeah. That would be cool. Yeah, then you special summon all 3 at your once from your hand by having an empty field, or by
It
sending
could
all
just be
monsters
the head,
to
the
the
arms,
graveyard.
and the legs. That could be your pieces. That's how you can condense them.
Okay.
Ta-da. I solved your issue.
They're also treated like link monsters in which they don't have defense and can't be changed to defense position.
Interesting. Do they have defensive values at all? I'm gonna guess no.
Each individual part has a defense value, but if you maximum summon the whole thing, because it's all treated as one monster with one attack stat,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have a unified defense stat.
You know what I remember? Yu-Gi-Oh! Did do that, but only in the anime. They did it with the Mech Lords.
Oh my god, they did. Oh, I remember oh, that was a while ago.
Yeah. But of course, when we got them printed, they were just like, here's just one monster for it. It's like, okay, it's easy to summon, but why don't we have
Yeah,
the
but
thing
yeah.
like you displayed it in the COD game commercial?
Literally, that is most of the anime decks.
I mean, they're getting a little better about that.
They are. Though I
Like,
do
for
wonder how they.
example, even in Duel Links, they're actually coming out with some of those parts of the mech lords as monsters.
Yeah, they do. Though I do wonder, now that they are focusing on Rush Duels, I do wonder what they're going to do more with the Master Duel format.
As in regards to
Just how the game develops from now, beyond just lists.
well, Master Duel, well, the Master Duel format, as it's been called. Well, I still find it weird that we now have a game that is basically what they officially referred to it as back in
Yeah,
fucking that was in Vrains that they gave it that name, didn't it?
yes, it was always called a Master Duel for like the players, but it was only after Vrains started having the speed duels that they referred to it as Master Duel.
Yeah, it's weird to talk about like the format separated from the game, where the
It
game doesn't
is.
have all the cards from said format.
Yeah, anyway, I think looking at the time, I should probably head off.
All right, sorry to keep you so long.
No,
I
it's
wish
been a
you a
pleasure.
pleasant
Thank you for
evening.
having me.
Of course, of course. It was lovely having you.
It
Thanks for beating
was.
my ass.
Well, I don't know how much longer you're gonna be streaming for, but I hope you have a good day too.
Aw, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
And we'll see you around.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. That's not something in the porch. Do, 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 do. Alrighty. That took much longer than I thought it was. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I'm gonna BRB. I need to pee again. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's go ahead and close Master Duel here. Alright, alright, alright. I should ask Noir to duel at some point. That could be fun. I'm sure she'll beat my ass too, but it'll be fun. So, I was rattling some things around in my head for what to do after the duel. Granted, this one took a fair bit of time. I do apologize. I had a lot of fun in it though, but I do apologize. As if you came here for any post-duel stuffs. So I had been considering a reading stream or potentially playing some Fate Samurai Remnant or Disguise 7. But if we did reading, I recently picked up a Goosebumps book in the Horrorland series. If we don't start that today, of course, we can start another day, but that is one of our options. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Hmm. Um, it feels so weird to try and hop into something else after all that. I know I should. Trying to think of what. There's some loud pages. Sorry, just trying to figure things out. I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far. How about I say, as I once again know I won't find something by the time I end that statement. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, I think I'll read the Goosebumps book. So let's go ahead and change the title here. Making sure I spell the name right. Do. There we go. Think that will. Oh wait. There we go. All right. Let me just grab my book. All right. Here we go. This will be in the Goosebumps Horrorland series, Revenge of the Living Dummy. This is the first one in the series, of course, by R.L. Stine. You may wonder why my best friend Molly Mullally? That's weird. That's just her name, but with an extra O. And I were in the old graveyard late at night. I shivered as I thought about what we were doing. Wind howled through the trees, and pale streaks of lightning crackled the sky. Hurry, Molly, I whispered, hugging myself as the moon disappeared behind the clouds. It's going to storm. I am hurrying, Brittany, Molly said. But the ground, it's really hard. We were digging a grave. We took turns. One of us shoveled while the other stood lookout. I felt cold raindrops on my forehead. Kept my eyes on the lowest picket fence near the street. Nothing moved. The only sound were the scrape of the shovel in the dirt, a drum of thunder deep and far away. Across from me, an old gravestone made a creaking sound as it tilted in the wind. I sucked in my breath, and I pictured the old stone toppling over and someone crawling out from the grave beneath it. Okay, I have a wild imagination. Everyone knows about me. That about me. Mom says I'll either be a writer or a crazy person. She thinks that's really funny. Sometimes having a strong imagination is a good thing, and sometimes just makes things more scary. Like tonight. Molly stopped shoveling to push the hair out of her eyes. Raindrops splattered on the blanket of dead leaves on the ground. Brittany, does this look deep enough? She asked in a hoarse whisper. I glanced at the glass coffin on the ground. Keep digging. We have to totally cover it, I said. Turned back to the street. Late, the neighborhood stood dark and still. What if someone drove by and saw us? How could we explain the grave we were digging? Could we explain why we were there? Molly groaned and dug the shovel blade into the dirt. Dead leaves crackled. I held my breath and listened. Footsteps, someone creeping quickly in the leaves towards us. Molly, I whispered, and I saw them. Huddled low, moving in line, raccoons, a pack of them. Little eyes glowing. Black fur on their face made the creatures look like they were wearing masks. They froze when they saw us, and then stood up taller. Do raccoons ever attack? These raccoons looked really hungry. I imagined them stampeding Molly and me, swarming over us and clawing and biting. A bright flash of lightning brought them into clear focus. They were staring at the little glass coffin. They'd think there was food inside. Clap of thunder, closer now, startled them. The leader turned and scuttled away over the leaves. The others followed. I shivered and wiped the rain off my forehead. Molly handed me the shovel. Your turn, she said. It's almost finished. Wooden handle scratched my hand. I kicked dirt off the blade, stepped up to the shallow hole. No one will ever find it here, I said. Once we bury the evil thing, we'll be safe from it. Molly didn't answer. I had a sudden feeling something was wrong. Turned and saw Molly staring with her mouth open. The tall gravestone next to her. She pointed, Britt. And then I heard the old stone creak. Saw the pale hand slowly reach out from the grave. No time to move, no time to scream. I stood frozen, watched the hand wrap its cold, bony fingers around my ankle. And then I started to scream. 2 weeks earlier, this is chapter 2, 2 weeks earlier, I had other things on my mind. I wasn't thinking about the old graveyard down the street. I had other problems. Well, one big problem, and his name was Ethan. Ethan is my cousin, and he isn't nice to hate your cousin, and it isn't nice to hate your cousin. So let's just say he isn't one of my favorite people on the planet. I like to make a list, but if I made a list, my top 5,000 favorite people in the world, my cousin Ethan wouldn't be on it. Get what I'm saying? It was almost dinner time on Friday night, and I perched on the edge of the bed in my new bedroom. Why did I have a new bedroom? Mom and Dad kicked me out of my awesome room in the attic to make room for guess who? Ethan. Now I had to sleep in Mom's sewing room. Sewing room was still against the wall. So how much room do I have? Tried not much. I was talking on my cell to Molly. Molly is maybe the only person who understands what a pain Ethan is. Because she's met him. She had 2 bruised knees to prove it. Whoever told Ethan the kicking people is funny. Molly and I are like sisters. If you mention Molly Mallory, you have to mention me, Brittany Crosby. You too. We're both 12 and live on the same block. Always been in the same class since 3rd grade. Both like to draw and paint. Both like to make lists of everything. Always finishing each other's sentences like we have one brain. Molly's a little taller than me, moves and more into sports. Both have coppery hair, though hers is lighter and curlier. And both have brown eyes. I'm the funny one. Hard to make Molly laugh. Think she's more serious than me because her parents split up. She lives with her dad. Travels a lot. He's kind of a flake. So she feels like she has to be the grown-up in the house. Obviously, I thought about it a lot. I once made a list of good qualities, my bad qualities. One of my good qualities, I really tried to understand my friends. I can't come over now, I told Molly. That brat Ethan will be here any minute. Dad went to the bus station to pick him up. Molly groaned into the phone. Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you miss the bus. Why is he coming to stay with you anyways? His parents had to go away or something, I said. He was coming to our school. I think he's in third grade. He's such a sicko, Molly said. Maybe you shouldn't move over here till he leaves. I rolled my eyes, like my mom would go for that. She knows you hate him, Molly said. Suppose you feel, I'm supposed to feel sorry for Ethan because he had such a tough life, I said. You know, his parents were both sick for a long time, didn't pay any attention to him. Molly shook her head. How can I tell that over the phone? Are we voice call? Are we video calling? You didn't specify. Yeah, I remember. I groaned. Some mom and dad say I have to take good care of him. Every 10 minutes they remind me I have to be nice to him. Hello, Molly said. Do you know he kicks people when the grown-ups aren't looking? Do you know how he kept trying to trip you and make you fall down the stairs? Did you tell them he tricked you into eating a sandwich that had dead bugs in it? He's totally bratty, but they don't believe me, I said. Last time Ethan stayed here, he started messing with my computer and deleted my whole term paper. He said it was an accident, then he burst out laughing. Molly groaned again. What a creep. Molly, what am I going to do? He's going to live here for weeks. Molly was silent for a moment. She said it softly. Face it, Brittany. Your life is over. Oh. Let out a cry as I heard a deafening crash from downstairs. Nearly dropped the phone. Was Ethan here already? I hurried into the kitchen, saw Mom bent over, picking pieces of china off the floor. Can't believe I dropped that plate, she said, shaking her head. Mom has short or dark brown hair with a streak of white in the front. She's small and skinny, totally high energy. She's kind of pretty except her black framed glasses make her look like a philosophy professor or something. She's always in a hurry, always drops things, and she says I can't believe I dropped that. Maybe you're nervous about Ethan, I said, bending to pick up jagged pieces of china. I know I am. Hey! Pinched my cheeks. I don't think she meant to hurt me, but she pinched too hard. The only person in the world she pinches, I don't really get it. Good attitude, remember, she said. Good attitude at all times, you promised. I had my fingers crossed, I said. How could I have a good attitude? Last time Ethan visited, he got into an actual fist fight. Can you imagine? Quiet little Brittany Crosby giving her cousin a bloody nose, making him cry in front of all of her friends. It's not like me at all, but he just makes me crazy. Give Ethan a chance, Mom said, brushing off the front of her jeans. She wears tight designer jeans, almost, and looks pretty good in them. She's so small, we can almost share clothes. Weird. He had a lot of problems, Mom said. Now his parents have left him for who knows how long. He's not bad, just acts out 'cause he's lonely. Yeah, right. I heard a car door slam, then Dad's voice in the garage. They're here, Mom said. Remember, Brittany, you got to be the grown-up in this situation. Get off to a good start with Ethan, everything will be fine. I'm going to try, really, I said, and I meant it. The door from the garage swung open. Dad stepped in the kitchen, carrying Ethan's 2 suitcases. Our new family member has arrived, he said. Ethan came bouncing in behind him, a big grin on his face. Ethan looked like a sweet little boy. He was short and pale, very blond, bright blue eyes, cute, pointed little chin. Wore a gray hoodie and over a bag of jeans. What was that thing slumped over his shoulder? I squinted. A grinning ventriloquist dummy. Hi, Aunt Roz, Ethan said. Mom shook a finger at the dummy. Ethan, what is that? He pulled the dummy off his shoulder and held it up. He had an ugly face, painted blue eyes, chipped lower lip, an awful grin. This is Mr. Bad Boy, Ethan said. Mr. Bad Boy is my best friend. Totally pitiful, I thought. But I put on a smile on my face, said, Hey, Ethan. Ethan came running over to me, holding the dummy in front of him. Mr. Bad Boy, he said. Say hi to my cousin Brittany. I saw it coming, but I couldn't move in time. The dummy's wooden hand swung out fast, came down hard, and clonk, slammed me in the forehead. Ugh. Chapter 4, sorry. Yeah, keep up with that. A sharp pain shot through my head. Pressed my hands against my throbbing temples, trying to push the pain away. Be careful with that thing, Dad scolded Ethan. It wasn't my fault, Ethan cried, backing away from me. Mr. Bat Boy did it. Here we go again, I thought. Ethan moved the dummy's mouth up and down. I'm a bad boy, the dummy said in a shrill baby voice. Mom turned and hurried to the fridge. We'd better put some ice on it, Britt. You're gonna have a bump. Glared at Ethan. It wasn't an accident. Sometimes Mr. Bat Boy doesn't know his own strength, Ethan said. Ethan, how about saying you're sorry? Mr. Bad Boy is very sorry, Ethan said. I pushed past him, headed to the door. Get the ice, I said, rubbing my forehead. I'm going over to Molly's. Mom hurried after me, stopping in the front hall. Take Ethan with you, she said in a whisper. Mom, please, no, I said. Mom put both hands on my shoulder and narrowed her eyes at me through her glasses. Brittany, he just got here. Don't be rude. But what I said about getting off to a good start. He already gave me a bruise. But I could see she meant business, I sighed. Okay. I saw Ethan near the kitchen door. Called to him. Want to come over to Molly's? Excellent, Ethan replied. I'll bring Mr. Bad Boy. Thrills, I thought. We stepped out in the cold, windy evening. The sun had started to dip behind the trees, sending long shadows across the grass. Molly lives 3 houses down on the other side of the street. Short walk, but Ethan kept dancing around me, sticking his foot out trying to trip me. Give me a break, I pleaded. He just giggled in reply, and a phony hyena giggle that could drive anyone crazy. I rang the bell. A few seconds later, Molly came to the door, wearing faded jeans and a yellow shirt, read the words Mumbo Rules in red across the front. Her dad always brings her shirt from weird places he visits. Don't ask me where on earth Mamba is. She let out a groan when she saw Ethan. Shake hands, Mr. Bad Boy, Ethan told her. He stuck the dummy's wooden hand out. Mr. Bad Boy, this is Molly, Brittany's geeky friend. Nice. Molly frowned at the dummy and said, He's almost as ugly as you are, Ethan. Good one. I laughed and slapped her a high five. I'm a bad boy, the dummy said. Perfect, Molly mothered. She led us down to the hall, to her room. Dad just got back this morning from one of his crazy trips, she said. Mamba, it's an island. He's totally pumped. I guess he found some strange dolls there. Professor Mulhaury's kind of famous. Works for a museum, saying he's a folklore expert. Traveling all around the world, brings back ugly, evil-looking dolls and ancient toys and voodoo stuff and skulls and things. He keeps some of it on display in his attic. Calls it the Museum of the Weird. Always wants to show it off, and Molly and I don't like going up there. Totally creeps us out. Ethan put his hands to my ears and burped really loud. I jerked away from him. Ethan, that's not funny. He giggled. It's a riot. We turned the corner to Molly's room, bumped into Mr. Mulhaury. He's big and tall, with a big belly that hangs over his pants. Always wears baggy khakis that are all wrinkled and stained, sloppy white shirts. His dark brown hair is long and wild, and a great smile. Big booming laugh shakes his belly. Deep blue eyes just stare. They don't blink when you talk to him. He likes to sing in funny, deep voice, and he's always trying to scare Molly and me with weird stories. My dad calls him Wild Man Mulhaury. He said hi to me, then turned his gaze to Ethan. I remember you, he said. Brittany's cousin. And what do we have here? He lifted Mr. Bad Boy off Ethan's shoulders, held the dummy up to study it. Interesting. Mr. Mulhaury examined the wooden head carefully. He ran his hands over the chipped bottom lip, reached a hand beneath Mr. Bad Boy's shirt, made the mouth snap open, up and down. Interesting dummy, he said. Ethan, where did this guy come from? Ethan shrugged. My dad found him. I don't know where. I named him Mr. Bad Boy because he's a real bad dude. Mr. Mulhaury chuckled. Interesting. He rubbed his hand over the dummy's painted brown hair. Why does it look familiar? I could swear I've seen this dummy somewhere before. He handed Mr. Badboy back to Ethan. I have some books on ventriloquism. Maybe you'd like to borrow one. I don't have to talk for him, Ethan said. Mr. Badboy talks for himself. Maul and I looked at each other. We both rolled our eyes. Yeah, sure, I muttered. Come upstairs, Mr. Mallory said. I got something very interesting to show you guys. Something I just brought back from Mumba. Maybe later, Dad. We don't really want. Mr. Mallory tugged Molly towards the stairs. On up to the attic. You won't be sorry, he said with a wide, devilish grin. You want to stare in the face of pure evil, don't you? Chapter 5. Ethan's eyes flashed with excitement. Cool, he said. We followed Mr. Mallory up to his attic museum. The stairs were narrow and steep, creaked and groaned under our footsteps. Whenever I come up here, I feel as if I was stepping to a haunted house. For one thing, very dark and shadowy. Mr. Mallory says that bright light will damage some of his displays. Keeps everything in glass showcases. Sorry. It's all so creepy and weird. As you walk past the glass cases, dozens of eyes stare out at you. Cool, check this out, Ethan cried. He pointed to a case, squinting in the dim light. 6 snake heads, their jaws wide open. Disgusting. Mr. Mallory stepped up beside Ethan. Those snake heads are used for gambling, he said. Just like dice. You hold them between your hands, shake them, and toss them on the floor. Want to try? No thanks, Molly said quickly. She pulled her dad away. Ethan looked disappointed. He held Mr. Badboy up, showed him the snakehead. A long, skinny animal skull with 2 rows of pointed teeth grinned at me from the next case. I hurried past it. The next case, too, contained 2 little blue dolls, long blonde hair, their faces all twisted as if they were crying. In the next case, a pile of black fur. Look closer, no. Sorry. A stuffed animal with a tiny mouse caught between its cruel fangs. Or its curled fangs. Molly says the attic gives her bad dreams. I don't know how she can fall asleep downstairs knowing all these horrible creatures are right above her head. Over here, guys, Mr. Mallory called. Here's the new one you got to check out. 3 of us stepped around the case, gazed down through the glass. Oh, sick, I moaned, felt my stomach lurch. Totally sick. Is it? Molly murmured. Is that a real shrunken head? Ethan asked. Mr. Mallory nodded. I've never seen anything like this in all my travels. Its body's carved of wood, and it has an actual human head attached to its shoulders. I took a deep breath and gazed down at it. About 12 inches tall, face was shriveled like an old prune, and was a vomit green color. There were tiny slits where the eyes had once been. Tiny or thin wisps of black hair stood straight from his scalp. Awesome, Ethan said. Can I hold it? I don't think so, Mr. Mallory replied. When I tell you the story of this doll, I don't think you'll want to come anywhere near it. He chuckled as if he had just told a good joke. Dad, this is really gross, Molly said, shaking her head. Turned her back to the case. You're not going to keep it here, are you? Let me tell you the story, Mr. Mallory said. The doll is called a mind stealer. The legend goes, if you touch it, you're doomed. Its eyes will open and glow. You'll hear a loud, painful buzz. It will steal your mind right out of your head. My mouth suddenly felt dry. I wanted to stop staring at the ugly thing. I couldn't take my eyes off it. They say the doll has already claimed 20 minds, Mr. Mallory said. 20 poor victims who were left brainless and empty blanks. I felt a chill running down the back of my neck. Ethan giggled, but I couldn't tell. I could tell he was frightened too. Molly kept her back to the display case, tossed her coppery hair back over her shoulder. Can we go now? She asked. I couldn't help myself. I leaned down to get a closer look at the doll. There at the tiny shriveled head. a little smaller than a softball, but it had once been alive. It had once been a live human being. Was it a man or woman? I lowered my face to the glass, let out a cry as the doll whispered, "How about a kiss, babe?" Someone's going to be ventriloquizing than that, isn't it? Chapter 6. Startled, I stumbled back, nearly knocked Molly over. Mr. Mallory laughed. "Good one, Ethan," he said. Ethan grinned at me. "I was pretty good at ventriloquism," he said. "I got you, Brittany." He did a fast tap dance, ended by stomping hard on my foot. "Ethan, you're so not funny," I cried. I could feel my face turning hot. No, I was blushing. Embarrassing to fall for that trick. Molly turned to her dad. "Do you really believe that mind-stealing stuff?" she asked. He scratched his head. "I take all these legends seriously," he said. "Legend tells a lot about the people and their beliefs." "Yes or no?" Molly asked. "Do you think you can steal minds or not?" Her dad was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, I guess I do believe it." Molly's mouth dropped open. "Dad, if you believe this awful doll is so dangerous, how could you keep it in our house?" "Under triple thick glass," Mr. Mallory cried. "That should make it safe." "But, Dad—" "I'm still studying it," he told her. "Gotta call in for some experts. There's some people who know a lot more about this doll than I do. I'm waiting to hear from them. In the meantime, I'll leave the triple thick glass. We'll make sure that..." Before he could finish, "That brat," Ethan cried. Brittany, you're blocking the view," and bumped me hard behind into the doll case. My forehead hit the glass. I saw the doll bounce. At a buzz, I gasped, "Oh no, my mind!" That was a short chapter. Chapter 7. Whoa, wait, I heard the buzz again. My brain whirled. Took me so long to realize the doll wasn't buzzing. The sound came from my cell phone. I let out a sigh of relief. It's only my wild imagination going berserk again. I pulled the phone from my pocket, flipped it open. Text message from my mom. "Dinner almost ready. I'm home soon." To Molly and Mr. Mallory, we had to leave. Ethan started whining that he didn't want to go. He wanted to stay and check out the other weird dolls and objects, but I was happy to get out of there. The mind steal the doll was too creepy to think about. Mr. Mallory admitted he didn't even know if it was safe to keep in the house. I knew I'd have nightmares about it. When we got home, Mom was going crazy in the kitchen, 2 pots steaming on the stove and a chicken roasting in the oven. She blew a strand of hair off her forehead and smiled at Ethan. "I'm making my famous roast chicken in honor of your arrival tonight," she said. "Not quite ready." She turned to me. "Why don't you go up to Ethan's room, bring down the rest of your junk?" "That's rude as hell." Ethan gave me a hard tug that almost knocked me over. "Come upstairs, fat face. I want to show you my comedy act, Mr. Bad Boy." "Fat face?" I cried. "Don't call me fat face, butt breath." He giggled. "Stop it," Mom said, lifted a pot lid and dunked back as the steam poured out. "Name calling isn't funny." "Yeah, right. Don't call names, you Yeah, right. Don't call names, you moron," Ethan said to me, tried to jam his elbow into my ribs, and I dodged away. "Please go upstairs," Mom said. "Let Ethan show you his comedy act." "No, don't." Know these kind of parents too well, enabling shit kids. "Mom, give me a break," I moaned. "That dummy is totally lame." Mom dropped the lid back on the pot, pulled me to the kitchen door. "Go up there with him, Britt. He wants to share something with you. That's a good thing. But, Mom, don't make fun of the dummy," she said. She whispered. "Poor Ethan obviously needs a friend to talk to. So we made one up. Go up to his room and be nice to him." Ethan's lucky that his face hasn't been smashed into the wall. I let out an exasperated sigh, then I forced a smile to my face. "Okay, Ethan," I said, "let's do it." He Without a cheer went running up the attic stairs. The dummy's wooden head clonked on each stair as Ethan dragged it up by its arm. Glanced around the attic, my old room. Missed it already. The room was long and narrow with bright yellow walls. Some of my posters still hanging up. Probably won't be for long. The desk stood in front of the window behind two twin beds, and Molly and I spent many sleepovers. No room for sleepovers now, I thought. My tiny sewing room. Why didn't this shit kid get the sewing room? Then I scolded myself. Don't be bitter, Britt. You'll get your room back when he leaves. Not before he fucking trashes it. I already see where that's going. Ethan pulled out the desk chair, sat down on it. Set Mr. Bad Boy on his lap, and I dropped to the floor, sat on the white shag carpet, leaning my back against the wall. Don't laugh too hard, Ethan said. You'll hurt yourself. No problem, I said. You need to explain any jokes, just let me know. If you have to explain the joke, then it's not that funny. Usually. Either that or there's a lot of context missing. I rolled my eyes. Just do your act, okay? Mr. Bad Boy grinned at me. His eyes opened wide, an ugly smile, truly evil. Brittany, is that your face, or do you forget to take out the garbage? The dummy said. His voice was shrill, wrath. Me nice. Ethan scolded the dummy. That's my cousin. The dummy leaned towards me. Brittany, some just reminded me of the banana I had for breakfast. Oh yeah, your nose. The dummy tossed back its head and let out a long, donkey laugh. I'm a bad boy. Is this your act? I asked Ethan. Shook his head. Sometimes Mr. Bad Boy doesn't cooperate. Yeah, right, I muttered. Be good, Ethan scolded the dummy. I like your long hair, Mr. Bad Boy said to me. Too bad it's growing on your back. I burst out laughing. The joke was terrible, but Ethan was a very good ventriloquist. Couldn't see his lips moving at all. Mr. Bad Boy, please, Ethan pleaded. Be nice to Brittany. What? You haven't been. Lummy's eyes stared into mine. I know we've just met, said in a harsh, raspy voice. I'm a very romantic dude. I have 3 little words I'm dying to say to you. 3 little words? I asked. Mr. Bad Boy nodded. Yeah, take a bath. I couldn't help myself. I laughed again. I have to admit, I love rude jokes. Guess maybe it's because I'm always so nice. At your face? Mr. Bad Boy asked. Or are you standing on your head? I groaned. Don't blame me for these jokes, Ethan replied. Blame Mr. Bad Boy. Turned to the dummy. Not very nice, he told it. Then stop putting words in my mouth, Mr. Bad Boy said. That made me laugh too. I'm a bad boy, Mr. Bad Boy exclaimed. You're an awfulsome ventriloquist, I told Ethan. How'd you learn to do that? Ethan set Mr. Bad Boy down on the table and walked over to me. He shrugged. I don't know, just practice, I guess. Slapped Ethan a high five. Well, good work, dude. I think you're talented. Then I gasped, because across the room Mr. Bad Boy turned his head to me, opened his mouth to an ugly laugh. Chapter 8. How'd you do that? I cried. Ethan's smile faded. I didn't, he said. Took his hands out of his pocket and pointed at Mr. Bad Boy. He did. Frowned at him. Can't you ever be serious? I am serious, he insisted. Trying to be nice to Ethan, but he always had to act like a jerk. So I had to give him one more try. You know, everyone in my school has to do 1 hour of public service. That bites. Listen to me, I snapped. I got a good idea for you. I'm going to give a painting lesson at my great aunt's retirement home. Maybe you come along, do a funny act, Mr. Bad Boy. I bet they'd love it. I bet they won't. Cool, Ethan replied. Yeah, thanks, maybe. I'll practice some new jokes with him. Good. Your jokes are funny, but you need some that aren't so nasty, I said. I heard a rustling sound from the bed. Over Ethan's shoulder, I saw the dummy raise its head up again, opened its mouth, let out a sharp burp. I laughed. Pretty good, Ethan, I said. Come on, for real, how'd you do that? Telling the truth, Ethan said in a whisper. I didn't do it. He grabbed my arm. Please, believe me, Brittany. Sometimes it's like he comes to life or something. Pulled my arm away. Yeah, right. And monkeys can fly to the moon. And then I saw that the kid was trembling. The other side of the headroom, Mr. Bad Boy laughed again with a high donkey bray. I almost fell for it, but I remembered all the dumb tricks Ethan played on me the last time we visited. Total trickster. Love making me look dumb. No way I believe you, I said. So stop it. Give me a break. I'm trying hard to be your friend here. Here, Ethan, I want to make you feel at home here. Big whoop! The dummy chimed in from the bed. I grabbed Ethan by the shoulders. Tell me the truth, I said. How are you doing that? Lowered his head. His shoulders shook. Thought he might have tears in his eyes. I am telling the truth, he whispered. This time you've got to believe me, Brittany. Before I could answer, I saw the dummy raise its head. Mouth worked up and down. I could hear the click of the wooden lips. The dummy screamed. I'm alive, don't you get it, Brittany? I'm alive. Ethan grasped my arms, held on tight. Help me, please, he cried. I don't know what to do. Chapter 9. I laughed. I remember Ethan pretending to break his leg during his last visit. Totally panicked, called 911. After that, he made fun of me for days. No way I'm falling for this cheap joke. Nice try, I said. Good acting job, Ethan, but do you really think I'm a total sucker? He didn't answer. Instead, he stamped down as hard as he could on my foot. Let out a cry, hopped backwards till I hit the wall. You joke? That's not funny, I screamed. Stupid dummy doesn't scare me. Waited for Mr. Bad Boy to laugh again or say something rude, but he didn't move. Just a dumb puppet. Turned away from my bratty cousin. Still had something to carry down. My old bedroom. Gives my framed Skullboy poster. Showed them rocking on stage at Radio City Music Hall in New York. Autographed by every member of the band. Buzz is my favorite band member. He looks awesome in this poster with his shirt off, both fist pumps and all his tattoos showing. Grabbed the edge of the thing, carefully lifted it off the wall. Brittany, Ethan said, I think you better leave that poster up here in my room. Excuse me, I said. You're kidding, right? Go Boy is Mr. Bad Boy's favorite band, Ethan said. Sorry, he loses, I said. It's my favorite band, too. I'm hanging this in my room. Ethan tried to pull my hand off the poster frame. Please, Brittany, said in a tiny voice. What is your problem? I want to keep Mr. Bad Boy happy, Ethan replied. If I do something he doesn't like, he might hurt me. Ethan had a terrified look on his face. He really was a good actor. Tough cheese, I said. Tell you what, send Mr. Bad Boy down at the laptop. Let him go online and order his own poster. That time I made Ethan laugh. Come on, you two, Mom called from downstairs. Dinner's on the table. 1 minute, I shouted. I lifted the poster off the wall, carried it down to my new room. Didn't have much wall space, but the poster fit on the wall above my desk. Carefully nailed in a picture hook, hung it next to my favorite picture, an oil painting I did of Phoebe, our old dog who died last year. I miss Phoebe. Painting made me sad, but it's definitely my best painting. Nice way to remember her. I made sure a Skullboy poster hung straight. I hurried down to dinner. Mom had dropped a plastic jug of apple cider. She was on her knees on the kitchen floor, mopping up the spill. Can't believe I dropped that, she muttered. I grabbed some paper towels, helped her dry the floor, handed me a half-empty cider jug. You better carry this to the table, she said. I'd drop my head if it wasn't glued on me. I don't believe it, I said. We're eating in the dining room? We never eat in the dining room unless company is coming. Thought we'd make it a special celebration because of Ethan, Mom said. Dad was already at the table, spreading his napkin on his lap. Dad looks like he comes from another family. He's very tall and skinny as a scarecrow, short white blonde hair, and furry white blonde eyebrows that move up and down over his blue eyes like caterpillars. Mom calls him her blonde freak. Dad thinks it's hilarious. Well, at least he thinks so, 'cause that sounds rude as shit. In front of him sat Mom's famous roast chicken on a blue platter, waiting to be carved. And next to it, a big bowl of mashed potatoes and a bowl of applesauce, string beans, a feast. How are you and your cousin getting along? Dad asked. Peachy, I said. Before I could move, Ethan stepped into the room with Mr. Bad Boy slung over his shoulder. Mom pointed to the chair at the end of the table. Why don't you sit there, Ethan? Next to me. she said. She smiled at him. Let's all sit down and get to know each other. Ethan hesitated, looked quickly around the table. But you didn't set a place for Mr. Bad Boy. Mom and Dad exchanged glances. Dad shrugged. Set a place for him across from you. Mom told Ethan. Next to Brittany. She pulled out a placemat and a napkin, set them on the table, hurried into the kitchen, get some silverware. Ethan placed the dummy in his chair, then walked around the table and sat down. Dad chuckled. Do we have to serve him dinner? Suddenly, Mr. Bad Boy's eyes popped wide open and rasped, I'd rather eat roadkill. I burst out laughing. Let's face it, Ethan really cracks me up. Yeah, if only he wasn't a little shit most of the time. Dad glared at me. Don't laugh at that, Britt. Your mom worked hard this dinner. Huh? Me, I cried. I didn't say it. He did. I gave the dummy a shove. Then I took a long sip of milk. Shouldn't she pluck the chicken before she cooks it? Mr. Bad Boy cried. I started to laugh and choke. Milk came spurting out my nose. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best idea. That made Ethan and me both laugh even harder. Couldn't stop choking and laughing. Enough, Britt, Dad shouted. It's not funny. Mom entered the room and sat down. What's not funny? She asked. Ray decided to act like a clown. Bitch! No, the fuck she didn't. She thought something was funny. And, these parents are, not good. Why are you picking on me? I cried. Not my fault. Ethan, help yourself to the mashed potatoes, Mom said, pushing the bowl to me. Turned to Ethan. You excited about your big new room of your own? Ugh. Before Ethan could answer, Mr. Bad Boy chimed. I'm excited. I just peed my pants. Couldn't help it. Burst out laughing. The mashed potato spoon flew from my hand. A big glob of mashed potatoes sailed across the table, smacked in front of Dad's shirt. Watched the table slide into Dad's shirt pocket. That made me laugh so hard I couldn't catch my breath. Brittany, maybe you better leave the table and calm down. Dad stared at me angrily. Really asking for trouble. Dude! Me? Why me? I managed to choke out. It's not my fault. Just settle down and eat your dinner. Oh, it looks delicious, Dad said. Once again, Mr. Bad Boy's mouth worked up and down, and he rasped, I throw out better food than this. Your parents are problematic. Chapter 10. At school the next morning, I found Molly at the table. At a table in the back of the art room, working on a new project. Molly's even more intense about painting than I am. She has some cool ideas. Dreams up sceneries on imaginary planets, paints them, downloads photos of movies, movie stars off the internet, prints them out, and adds them to her painting. Hard to describe, but Mr. Vela, our art teacher, was really excited about him. Said Molly should do at least a dozen, maybe get her a show in a gallery or somewhere. Keep trying to get her to paint one of Buzzy from Skullboy, but she says she hates Buzzy's look. Says she hates everything about him. Wow. So far it hasn't ruined our friendship. I'm sure one of these days I'll convince her she's totally wrong. Or one of these days it will cause your friendship to crash and burn. Depends on how petty you guys are. Pulled out the chair across from her, sat down. Hey, Molly, I said. I like the purple and green sky. We're cool. Looked up from her painting. Brett, how come you were so late this morning? Ethan, of course, I said. Picked up a clean paintbrush, pinned to stab myself with the handle. Ah, he's a cutie pie, Molly said sarcastically, adding brushstrokes to a clump of purple leaves. Mom made pancakes for breakfast, I said. You know, Ethan's first day of school, everything has to be special for Ethan. You know what that creep did? Slammed the paintbrush down on the table. Made me laugh, squirted maple syrup into my hair and on my t-shirt. I had to go shampoo my hair and change. Now I'm in major trouble with Mrs. Harley for being late. Kill that brat. Things are going well, Molly joked. Not funny, I muttered. How come he's going to school here? Molly asked, concentrating on her tree. "'Cause no one knows how long he'll be living with us. Dad dropped him off at the elementary school this morning. I had to wait around till 3:30 to pick him up. Or I have to wait around till 3:30 to pick him up." Molly snickered. "Did you bring that ugly dummy to school with him?" "No," I said. "Told him Mr. Bagboy likes to sleep late." "He's totally mental," Molly said. "Does he believe it's alive or something?" "Little clown's trying to make me believe it's alive," I said. "What a joke." Molly narrowed her eyes at me. "So you don't believe it?" "Huh? Believe Mr. Badboy's alive," I said. "Of course not." That night I had dinner at Molly's house. Her dad was off on another long trip. Margie, the housekeeper, always stayed with Molly when her dad's away, ordered us pepperoni pizza, a couple of salads, we had ice cream pops for dessert. Was I happy? Well, yes, pepperoni's my favorite. Mainly I didn't have to sit across the table from Ethan. After dinner, Molly and I were in front of her laptop, checking out the latest gossip on Faceplace, our school message board. Molly's bedroom is almost as small as my new room. It's covered one whole wall from floor to ceiling with her paintings. It looks really awesome. "Guess who wants to bring his dummy to school?" Or guess who wants to bring his dummy to school tomorrow? I asked. Molly shook her head. "Doesn't he care that kids will think he's a geek?" I shrugged. "I don't get it. Guess he just wants attention." "My dad said he's seen Ethan's dummy before," Molly said. "He just can't remember where." "Let's not talk about that," I muttered. I glanced at the clock. "Almost 8:30. I better go home, write that essay," I said. "Already on Mrs. Haggerty's bad list." "Well, check this out," Molly said, eyes bulging at the laptop. "Cindy Seagal's photos from her party last week. Wow, I can't believe she put these online, if her parents ever saw them." I ended up spending another hour at Molly's. I hurried home to write the essay, due tomorrow, and I couldn't afford to mess it up. Mom and Dad were in the den watching a movie on TV. I smelled the popcorn. They had popcorn over with every night. They said it's low calories, but they eat huge bowls of it. I started up the stairs to the attic, and then remembered it wasn't my room anymore. So I turned around, made my way down the hall, and stepped into the little sewing room. Flashed on the ceiling light, and gasped, "Oh no. My poster, my scoreboard poster." The glass frame was cracked and shattered. I saw jagged shards of glass on the floor. The frozen doorway, unable to take another step in the room. I stared at the shattered glass. Saw a long rip down the middle of the poster, been torn in half. Buddy's face, it was gone, torn off the poster. My heart pounded in my chest. Suddenly felt cold all over, as if the room had turned to ice. Blinked several times, trying to force the sight away. I stopped on the painting of Phoebe. Let out another gasp when I saw the red mustache smeared on the dog's snout. Splashes of red paint covering the dog's eyes. Ow! I squeezed my fist so tight my fingernails were digging into my palm. Took a deep breath and another, but I couldn't calm down. "The last straw, Ethan," I muttered through gritted teeth. "This isn't funny. This is mean and vicious." Spun around, started towards the attic stairs. What did I plan to do? I don't know. Couldn't think straight. Blotchy red mustache stayed in front of my eyes. Actually seeing red. Wanted to tear Ethan in half just the way he tore my poster. Stomped up the stairs. My hands were still balled in a tight fit. "Too far," I muttered. This time he went too far. Burst in the room, dark except for the KLO light of a tiny nightlight down on the floor. Tripped over the pile of dirty clothes. Ethan dropped in the middle of the carpet. Getting a pair of jeans out of the way, I stormed over Ethan's bed. "Ethan!" Took a while for my eyes focused on the dim light, and I saw the dummy stretched out on the bed. Head resting on the pillow. "Ethan!" Not there. Ethan was not in bed. Huh? Heard the shower going downstairs in the bathroom. Must be in the shower, I realized. Frozen for a moment, clenching my fist. Then I jumped back at the dummy move. My head jerked. "Mr. Bad Boy," said I quickly. Blue eyes blinked open with a wooden click. The ugly dummy turned its stare on me. Uttered in a hoarse whisper, "I don't like you, Brittany." The breath caught in my throat. I staggered back till I hit the wall. Dummy stared at me with that evil grin. slowly lowered himself back onto the pillow. Can't be happening, I told myself, but it is happening. Something terrifying's going on. Ethan's downstairs. Dummy sat up on his own and spokes and hates me. My legs trembled as I forced myself away from the wall, kept my gaze on Mr. Bad Boy. His eyes stayed wide open, staring up at the ceiling. They didn't move again. Lurched towards the door, stumbled over the jeans, struggled to the attic stairs, breathing hard. I don't like you, Brittany. Dummy's hoarse wrath repeated in my ear. You're not alive, I cried, taking the stairs two at a time. Can't be alive. Couldn't help keep this up to myself. Too frightened. I had to tell Mom and Dad. What about your parents has shown that they'll believe a word out of your fucking mouth? The fact you still talk to them after they've treated you like this, if they've treated you like this their entire life, I'm surprised you have any communication. Burst into the den. Room was dark, except for the darting glare from the TV. Always turn on the lights when they watch a movie. Or turn out the lights. They were on the couch, sitting close together, bowls of popcorn on the lap. Mom jumped as I came in, lurching in. She made a grab for the popcorn bowl, but it topped to the floor. Popcorn spilled everywhere. Brittany, you startled me, she cried. Look what you made me do. Bitch. Dad paused the movie, narrowed his eyes at me. What on earth is your problem? I stammered. Something. I gasped for breath. Dad pulled me on the couch, dropped down next to Mom. Trembling, Mom said. You sick? Do you have a fever? It's the dummy. Finally choked out. Ethan's dummy. Both stared at me. It's crazy, I said. I know it. I'm telling you the truth. It's alive. It's really alive. It's not going to move when you show them. Your parents already don't like you. Okay. Mom wrapped her arms around my shoulder. Take a deep breath, Britt. You're not making any sense. Start the beginning, Dad said. We don't understand what you're saying. What about Ethan's dummy? Took a deep breath, let it out. My painting of Phoebe, it's ruined. My Skullboy poster was ripped in half. I knew it and did it, so I ran up to his room. Your Skullboy poster, Mom interrupted. Are you sure the frame didn't fall from the wall? I'm sure, I said. Ran up to Ethan's room, but it wasn't in there. It was in the shower. The dummy, it sat up. Saw Mom and Dad exchange a glance. Mom pressed her hand onto my forehead. I don't have a fever, I screamed. Shoved her hand away. Listen to me. Dummy sat up on its own and talked to me. Said, I don't like you, Brittany. I'm not making this up. What it said to me. You fell asleep, Dad said, rubbing his chin. You had a nightmare, remember? You used to sleepwalk. Dad, that's when I was 3. I wasn't asleep. I just got home from Molly's. I was wide awake. I jumped to my feet, my whole body trembling. Are you going to believe me or not? Mom patted the cat cushion. Sit down, Britt. Shook my head and crossed my arms in front of me. How can we believe you? Dad said. It's crazy. The dummy didn't talk on its own, Mom said. Ethan was playing a trick on you. Bet he was under the bed or hiding in the closet. He's in the shower right now. I think you've been spending too much time at the Mallory's, Dad said. Wild man Mallory and his weirdo dolls, they're putting strange ideas in your head, Britt, he argued. Maybe you shouldn't see so much of Molly. Oh, your parents are awful. Huh? I let out an angry cry. Now I'm going to lose my best friend 'cause that evil little creep, Ethan. Don't call him an evil little creep. Mom snapped. He's your cousin and he's family. He needs our help. We need you to be the grown-up. She's 13, Dad said. Making up crazy stories about dummies coming to life isn't going to help anyone. Dad, I'm not making this up, I said in a trembling voice. My hands were balled in a tight fist again. I feel myself totally losing it. Bit my lip till they hurt. No way I was going to start sobbing now. I know it sounds crazy, I said. The dummy is alive and it's evil. They both stared at me as if I were crazy, spun around and ran from the den. Hurled into my room, slammed the door. Myself to the bed. I didn't cry. I was too angry to cry. Parents refused to listen to me, refused to believe me. When parents treat me as if I were a nut. Turned and gazed at my torn poster, my dog portrait with ugly red splotches smeared over it. They were my 2 favorite things, ruined, destroyed. I didn't make it up. It was there on the wall. Dove to the door and listened. My parents just shrug off my story and go back to the movie. No, it was quiet down there. Probably cleaning up the spilled popcorn, discussing what to do with their problem daughter. To my cell to call Molly. I realized it was too late to call. I'll never get to sleep, I thought. How can I sleep knowing that something evil is in my house? Changed my nightshirt, climbed in my bed, pulled the blankets over my head. And I could still see the torn poster, the red paint on my painting, the dummy, the evil dummy, raising his head, sprouting those ugly words. I don't like you, Brittany. Somehow, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Next morning, put on jeans and a sweater, got myself ready for school, but wary as if I hadn't slept at all. Every time I glanced at the poster, painting my stomach turned cold red. Looked out my window, gray morning, dark clouds hung low in the sky. Darkness matched my mood. Left my room, headed for the stairs, smelled coffee from the kitchen, bacon frying. Heard footsteps behind me, glimpsed Ethan coming down from the attic stairs, holding Mr. Bad Boy in front of him. Then I didn't see him, started down the steps. Halfway down, I heard Ethan shout close to me, Brittany, what? Brittany, watch out! Hey, I uttered a cry as I felt hard wooden hand shove my back. Stumbling, I grabbed for the banister, missed, started to fall headfirst down the stairs. Chapter 12. Took my head under my arms, bumped hard all the way down. Ow, ow, ow! Landed on my back, still shielding my head, gasping for breath, too stunned to move. Lay there waiting for the pain to fade, staring up at Ethan and Mr. Bad Boy still on the stairs. Ethan's face had gone pale, his eyes were wide with shock. Brittany, are you all right? He cried with a tiny, frightened voice. Came running down to me, dummy bounced in his arm. What's going on? Mom called from the kitchen. Brittany fell! I didn't fall, I thought. Dummy pushed me. Rubbed my elbow, thought with pain, but the rest of me seemed okay. Ethan grabbed my hand, trying to pull me up. Mom came running, metal spatula in one hand. Oh no, Brittany, did you fall down the stairs? Just a few of them, I said. No big deal, Mom. Why tell the truth? Would she believe me if I said the dummy pushed me? Yeah, for sure. Believe my wild imagination. She said I watched too many horror movies. Climbed to my feet, rubbed my sore elbow. I'm okay, really. My bacon's burning, Mom said. Come up your breakfast. She turned and hurried back to the store. Oof. Glared at Ethan. You and I have to talk, I said. Turned his head away. Looked very frightened. Looked back and said, Listen, Britt, Before he could say any more, the dummy lowered his head to my ear and whispered, hoarse voice, Don't ever snitch on me again. Ethan, have you considered setting this dummy on fire? The rest of the day was a blur. Couldn't get that dummy's whispered words out of my mind. I have to tell Molly about it. He was waiting all day on some kind of science field trip. Phoned her after school, she couldn't talk. Going to visit some cousins in the next town over. Didn't call me back till late that night. I was pulling on my nightshirt and getting ready for bed. My cell phone rang. She started talking before I even answered. Molly, what's wrong? I asked. She sounded totally freaked. Brittany, hurry, she said. Got to help me. We have to bury it. Huh? Molly, what are you talking about? I whispered. Not allowed to talk on the phone so late at night. The doll, Molly said breathlessly. That awful thing in the shrunken head. I can't leave it in the house. Please, come over. I need your help. Well, it's after 11, I whispered. If I get caught, Brittany, this is life or death. I'm not joking. I need you. I'll get dressed, I said. Sneak out the back door. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, I was running through the backyards, across the streets to Molly's house. Grass was slippery and wet due to the weather, lowered my head against the strong gust of wind. Molly's house was dark except for the light in the attic. Stood waiting for me at the back door, grabbed my arms, pulled me in the kitchen. It's already pulled on a yellow rain slicker, and I had the whole hood lowered over her head. We have to hurry, she whispered. Molly, I don't understand, I said. Tell me, what's up with that doll? She brushed down Back the rain hood, I could see the fear in her eye. The mine stealer, my dad, he was wrong. We had to bury it in a graveyard. Narrowed my eyes at her. You're not joking. Where's your dad? On an island somewhere, near Australia. I think I tried to call him, but I don't think his cell is working. But why do we have to bury that doll? That's just crazy, isn't it? A man called me a few minutes ago from Mumba. He said my dad asked for his information about the Mind Stealer doll, and Molly, what did he say? He said he did research for my dad. He talked to people in Mumba. Doll's powers are deadly strong. Shouldn't be kept in the house. My dad didn't know. He has to be buried in a graveyard. Stared at her. He was serious. Very serious. Said to get the doll out of the house tonight. He said maybe it's all just an old legend, but you shouldn't take chances. Too dangerous. She grabbed my hand. You've got to help me, Britt. I'm really scared. That dog, always trouble. My dad, he sometimes, he just doesn't take things seriously. What about Margie? I asked. Housekeeper, can she help us? She has the flu. Molly replied. I can't ask her to come out. Molly stared at the glass case in fear. I'll carry the doll case, she shivered. There's a shovel in the garage. You can carry that. That's how Molly and I ended up in the graveyard 3 blocks away from our house. Nearly midnight, neighborhood dark. No cars in the street. No moon, the cloud covered sky. Cold raindrops pattered down on us. There we were, taking turns shoveling up the hard dirt. Inside the glass case, the evil doll stared up at us with empty eye sockets and a shriveled green head. The wind howled, the old gravestone creaked and groaned. Could we get the evil doll buried before it became something horrible to us? Could it get any scarier? Yes, the hole was at least 2 feet deep, almost deep enough. Dug the shovel blade into the dirt. The old gravestone crossed me, tilted forward, saw crumbling dirt at the bottom of the stone. All the pale hand reached from behind it. Too late. I saw it too late to escape its grasp. Grasped my ankles, wrapped its cold fingers around my skin. Let a shrill scream. Ethan, I gasped. What are you doing here? I made you scream, he said. He let go of my ankle. Jumped out from behind the tombstone, did a little dance, laughing like a hyena. Molly gave him a sharp, hard shove. Fell back against the old granite slab. You brat, she snapped. You followed us here. He grinned. You're burying that stupid doll. You both totally mental. You're both totally mental. Rain came down hard, drumming on the ground. I pretended to strangle Ethan. I'd like to bury you, I said. I know what happens at midnight. You both turn to pumpkins, Ethan said. This isn't a joke, Molly said angrily. Get away, Ethan. Shoved him back. Unless you want to help us, we have to bury this thing. Well, he does steal mines. Ethan giggled. You're both out of your minds already. A flash of lightning made out the ugly mind stealer doll appeared to move. I felt a chill roll down my back. I dug the shovel deep into the hole, scooped out another clump of dirt. I think it's deep enough, I said. Ethan watched as Molly and I carefully lifted the glass case. Disgusting little head rolled to one side. The doll's wooden arms bounced against the glass. Into the hole we lowered it slowly. The glass case felt slippery and wet from the rain. Set it down the hole, and both frantically shoveled and scooped dirt over it. Buried it down its side, where its evil powers could do no more damage. The others ran for home, battered by the wind and rain. Molly had a smile on her face now. At least she could feel safe again in her own home. Without me, no way I could feel safe. Not with the living dummy turning my life to a horror show. Mom, please don't. Chapter 14. Mom, please don't make me take Ethan, I begged. Mom bit her bottom lip. Brittany, you have no choice, she said. You promised him, remember? You have to take him. Straightened her hair in the front hall mirror. Picked up the car keys. Nearly 4 the next afternoon. She ready to drive us to perform at the Sunset House, my great aunt's retirement home. Brittany, do you have all your art supplies packed up? Put them in the trunk, she said. She started to the door, but I grabbed her arm. Mom, you're not listening to me, I said. We take Ethan, something terrible's going to happen. Stop it. Right now, she said. Go call your cousin. He's upstairs, practically seeing his comedy act. My throat felt dry. I know you don't believe me, I said, but I'm not making this up. Just Mr. Bad Boy's alive, Mom. He's alive and he's evil. Mom slammed her car keys down the hall where he shelved, glared at me angrily. Enough, she said. Enough, enough, enough. You're acting like a total baby, Brittany. Mom, I can prove it, I said. She raised her hand. Enough, enough. Not another word. I mean it. Not another word about that dummy. Awful, awful parents. My breath caught my throat. Felt so hurt and angry. Mom always believed me. Before Ethan came to live with us, always trusted me. She always talked about how grown up I was, and now, pointed to the stairs. Go get Ethan. Great Aunt Ruth is waiting. Let out a long sigh. Started up the stairs. If I brought Ethan, Mr. Bad Boy with me, something terrible would happen. But what could I do? A short while later, Mom pulled the car up the long drive to the Sunset House. Passed by tall hedges, rolling lawn with beds of red and yellow flowers. People sat in chairs around a bubbling fountain, talking and reading. House was a tall brick building. The afternoon sunlight reflected off the many windows, making the house appear to glow. I pulled my art supply from the trunk, waved to Mom as she drove away. Great Aunt Ruth was waiting for Ethan and me in the front hall. She's almost 85, and she looks a lot younger. She has short, straight black hair, with a lot of makeup, bright red lipstick. Today she wore faded jeans with embroidery on the pockets, pale blue shirt that tied at the waist. After having Ethan and me bone-crushing hugs, after giving Ethan and me bone-crushing hugs, and chattering a mile a minute, asking about everything in the family. Short, plump, gray-haired woman wearing a gray pantsuit stepped up with a smile. Brittany, this is so nice of you, she said. Oh, hi, Miss Berman, I said. She's the director of the house. My cousin Ethan, he's going to perform with his dummy. How excellent, she said. Come this way. Your audience is waiting for you in the rec room. We followed her down the hall and into the room. Folding chairs had been set up in 3 rows. About 20 people turned when we came in. Most of them were white-haired, 2 in wheelchairs, and I saw a lot of canes and walkers. I put down my paint case, started to set up my easel. Ethan took a seat in the corner, plopped Mr. Bad Boy on his lap. This is Ruth's niece, Brittany Crosby, Mrs. Berman announced. She's going to give you all a painting lesson. Then Brittany's cousin, Evan, is going to put on a puppet show. It's Ethan, Mr. Bad Boy shouted. People began to murmur. Few people laughed. Over my paint jars, turned to the audience. Know a lot of you like to draw and paint, I said, so I thought, louder, please, a woman in the front row shouted. So I thought today she's deaf. Okay, I love those dynamics where the old people just don't give a shit and will like dunk on each other at the drop of a hat. She won't hear you no matter how loud you shout. A lot of people laughed. Great Aunt Ruth turned in her seat, shushed everyone. No, let them heckle each other. Took a deep breath and continued. Since we're in the Sunset House, thought I'd show you painting a beautiful sunset, just 2 colors, red and yellow. Picked out the brush, began to mix colors. Maybe she could paint my room, a man in the back row said to the woman next to him. Maybe she could paint my nails, the woman said. They were both shouting. Must have been near the death. Feel my legs start to shake. Oh, warned me it would have been a tough audience. Turned saw Great Aunt Ruth smiling at me. So I had to keep my eyes on her for the rest of the demonstration. What is she painting? I don't get more than that. Look, she's tripping on the floor. I should have worn earplugs, but I hummed myself to drown them out. Kept working my brush on the canvas. Sunset painting turned out really well. Maybe the best sunset I've done. When I stepped away from it, everyone cheered and clapped. Even the woman who wanted me to paint her nails. Great Aunt Ruth blew me a kiss, to tell how proud she was. I felt really happy. I remember what was coming next. My stomach tightened in dread. Here's Ethan, I announced to everyone, with his good friend Mr. Bad Boy. As Ethan passed me, I whispered, Don't mess up. I'll try, he whispered. Why did he look so frightened? Chapter 15. Ethan pulled his folding chair to the front of the room, sat down, and bounced the dummy on his lap. Which one is Ethan? Owen whispered loudly. Few people laughed. Ethan cleared his throat, turned to the grinning dummy. You're going to be a good boy today, aren't you, Mr. Bad Boy? Mr. Bad Boy shook his head no. I'm a bad boy. No, I can tell everyone is so old? Asked Ethan. How? By the smell. Mr. Bad Boy tossed back his head and cackled. It's not funny, Ethan scolded. Yeah? Mr. Bad Boy shot back. That joke stinks, and so do they. Few people gasped. The room grew very quiet. Bad Boy's jaw clicked up and down. Ethan, do you know the difference between an old person and roadkill? No. No, Ethan said. Neither do I, Mr. Bad Boy cried and laughed, and his high-pitched laugh again. This is not allowed, Mrs. Berman shouted from the back of the room. Ethan, your jokes are insulting people. Your face is insulting me, Mr. Bad Boy exclaimed. I've seen pimples that were prettier than you. Shut my eyes. Just wanted to disappear. Could not be happening. But I'm a bad boy, Mr. Bad Boy shouted. Turned his head to a woman with curly white hair and a bright red lips. Not a new skirt, Nubbie asked. Or are you wearing your intestines on the outside? Mrs. Birmingham stormed to the front of the room, swinging her tight fist at her side. Her face was as red as my sunset painting. Ethan, I'm going to have to ask you to stop, she said. Ethan jumped up. I'm very sorry, he said. Sometimes Mr. Bad Boy acts up, but I know he'll be good now. Miss Berman glared at him. Your jokes are not acceptable. I promise he'll behave, Ethan said. Shot me a nervous look. Went back to the audience. I need a volunteer. Could anyone come up and talk to Mr. Bad Boy? Ma'am, I promise he'll be good. Please come up here. As I was holding my breath, what did Ethan plan to do? More important, what did Mr. Bad Boy plan to do? Ethan kept pleading with her, so finally a gray-haired lady in a flower of brown and yellow dress stood up, slowly walked up beside the grinning dummy, shook Mr. Bad Boy's hand. Are you gonna be a good boy? She asked, grinning at Ethan. Mr. Bad Boy's eyes blinked. I like your dress, he said. Interesting colors. Where did you spit up your breakfast this morning? I gasped. Now I knew for sure. No doubt at all. Dummy was alive and out of control. The woman laughed. You're naughty, she said. Someone should spank you. I like to spank you too, Mr. Bad Boy replied. But with that face, I can't tell which end to spank. Turned and saw Mrs. Burnham shaking her head and frowning. Which color do you like in Brittany's painting? Mr. Bad Boy asked the woman. The red or the yellow? She studied my painting for a moment. The red, I guess. And then it all happened so quickly. Total blur. Saw the jar of red paint swing up in the air. Was it Mr. Bad Boy's hand? Or did Ethan hold the jar? Couldn't see. Saw the jar swing high. Saw red paint come splashing out. A large splash as it burst over the woman's face. Ran down her cheeks, down her skirt, puddled on her shoes. Her mouth dropped open and shot. Staggering back, wiped paint from her eyes. Mr. Bad Boy wasn't finished. Now the yellow paint jar was in the air, and a tidal wave of thick yellow paint splashed over the woman's hair. I'm a bad boy, and Mr. Bad Boy shouted. Mrs. Burnham leaped forward, tried to pull the dummy from Ethan's arm, rushed to the front of the room, my brain spinning. I had to do something to help. Tipped over my easel, the whole thing collapsed under me, fell face down on my painting. I groaned, tried to pull myself to my feet. It was red and yellow paint stuck to the front of my sweater. People stampeding from the room. Some were crying, others were shouting angrily. Disaster, I thought. Total disaster. Raising my eyes, glared at the yellow dummy. As I stared, he tossed back his head, roared with laughter. What? Okay. Molly, where's your dad? I have to talk to him. That night I was too upset to eat dinner. Rushed to my room, slammed the door behind me. dropped on the edge of my phone, punched Molly's number into my cell phone. I told you, Molly replied. He's on some island near Australia. I haven't heard a word from him since he left. Well, when's he coming back? My voice crackled. It's a real emergency. Molly was silent for a moment. Britt, come over. You'll feel better if you get out of the house. I can't, I moaned. I'm grounded. Why? Why are you grounded? What the fuck? Probably for life. Miss Berman at said house. She poured the whole thing to school. I don't believe it, but she blamed me for everything. She said I invited Ethan, so I had to know what kind of jokes he did. She said I had to know what Ethan planned to do. Oh, wow, Molly muttered. Bad news. That's totally unfair. Tell me about it. Then Mrs. Berman called my mom, told her about it. I'm so in trouble everywhere, not allowed to leave my room at night. And in the meantime, get this, Dad has hockey tickets that he couldn't return. Took Ethan to the hockey game. So not fair. Ethan's a total freak. Can't believe he's your cousin. Ethan isn't the problem, I said. It's Mr. Bad Boy. He's alive, Molly. He's evil. Ethan's too scared to do anything about it. But Brett, Molly, I'm begging you to believe me. No one, I said, no one else will. I'm not even allowed to mention the dummy to my mom or dad. Your dad, he believed me. Knows about this stuff, right? Well, Dad's done research on ventriloquist dummies. Now he's collected a lot of magazines, articles and papers. Come over, Britt. Sneak out and come over. You can try to find his file. I was totally desperate, so I sneaked out the back door, ran all the way to Molly's house, giving me in a pale blue t-shirt and red and white boxers. She had just washed her hair, had a red bath towel wrapped around her head like a turban. We turned on all as many lights in the attic as we turned on as many lights in the attic as we could. The room still gave me the creep. Ugly stuffed creatures and strange dolls staring out us from glass cases. I stopped to gaze at the empty shelf that had held the Mind Stealer doll, as if it rolled down my back as I pictured the graveyard in the rain. Molly pulled me into at the library at the far end of the attic. On the wall was lined with tall gray file cabinet. Again, pawing through the file drawers, bulging with articles and magazines and photos and research papers about all the weird stuff Mr. Mallory was into. After about 20 minutes of searching, I pulled out a heavy file marked ventriloquism. Molly, check it out, I said. I lugged it to the desk, spread it open. Molly and I began shifting through the papers. Molly wrinkled her forehead. What exactly are we looking for? I sighed. Anything that helped me prove to my parents Mr. Bad Boy has to be destroyed. My words caught my throat. Stared at the wrinkled, faded black and white photo in front of me. I don't believe it, I cried. It's Ethan Dunny. Look. Molly lowered her face to the photo and studied it. Same chip on the bottom lip, she muttered. The same wicked smile, same ugly grin. I said. My hands trembled as I picked up the photo, turned it over. The back was covered in tiny tape. Sprinted and read it. It says the dummy's real name is Slappy, I told Molly. And I was right. He's totally evil. My heart pounded as I scanned the words. Said Slappy was made by a magician sometime in the late 1800s. Evil sorcerer what he used was cursed. Built the dummy from a stone coffin. Molly blinked. Oh, wow. I wish Dad was here. It says the dummy turned its owners into slaves. I can continue. It's power mad. It wants to enslave everyone it meets, and my eyes skipped to the bottom. I gasped. Listen to this, Molly. It has a bunch of weird words at the bottom of the page. They're these 6 ancient words to wake him and put him to sleep. You're kidding. Molly grabbed the photo from my hand and stared at it. This is excellent, Brittany. What are we waiting for? I handed the photo back to me. She handed the photo back to me, again unwound the towel from her hair, again dried her coppery hair. Come on, hurry, Britt. Let's do it. Let's shout the words in front of Slappy and put him back to sleep forever. You said Ethan is away at a hockey game, right? We raced down the attic stairs. I raced the phone. No one read the ancient words lightly one more time. My words over, and the words put Slappy to sleep. Alright, so is the twist gonna be that Ethan's just been a little shit the entire time and this is actually gonna wake him? Slipped in my house and back door, signaled Molly to be quiet. Tiptoed across the room to the front hall. Heard the thud of dance music from the door. Glanced Mom on the couch with a magazine in her lap. Mom doesn't dance, she loves disco music, the louder the better. Didn't hear Molly and me as we hurried upstairs, made our way to the attic. Ethan had left all the lights on in his room. The place was a mess. And dirty clothes heaped together, PlayStation game disc and manga comics scattered across the floor, open bag of cheese doodles on his computer keyboard, empty soda cans balled up, jeans on his bed. Molly and I stepped through the mess to the far end of the room. Slappy was propped up in the brown leather armchair by the window. There was his hair, hands rested in the chair. He stared straight ahead. "You know your secret, Slappy," I said. My voice sounded funny, shrill and tight. My chest felt all fluttery, tapped the dummy's wooden head. "See? I even know your real name." Beck didn't move or speak. He just kept staring at the other wall. Molly dropped down on the edge of Ethan's cluttered bed. I could see she was frightened too. Don't mess around," she said. "Read the words before he does anything horrible." Held the photo tightly in both hands to keep them from shaking. "Goodbye forever, Slappy," I said. Then slowly I whispered the ancient words. "Karu mari, onna, noma, morun, karon." Silence. Hear the blood throbbing in my ears. And gasped. The dummy's hand slipped off the chair arm, slumped forward until his head rested in his lap. Sat there, limp and lifeless. Stood waiting, watching. He didn't move again. Turned around, pumped both my hands. "We did it, Molly," I cried happily. "Put him to sleep." Expected Molly to jump and celebrate. She didn't move. Stared hard at something on the bed. "Molly, what's your problem?" I cried. "We did it. We're okay. Put him to sleep." "Wait a sec, Britt. There's something here I think you should say." Molly reached in the pocket of Ethan's crumpled jeans, pulled out a small rectangular object, looked like a TV clicker, dropped it into bed. Why was this hanging out of Ethan's pocket? I knew it. I picked it up and rolled it around in my hand. At least a dozen red buttons on the front, but no words. No words anywhere on it. Puts the top button, gases Slappy began to move, raised his head and laughed. "Weird," Molly said. "Push it again." Pushed the button at the same time. Slappy raised his head and laughed again. "What's up with this?" I cried. In the clicker at Slappy, pushed another button. "I'm alive!" it screams in his tiny raspy voice. "Don't you get it, Brittany? I'm alive!" Pushed another button. "Don't ever snitch on me again," the mummy said in a whisper. Pushed it again. "Don't ever snitch on me again." My hand shook as I aimed the controller at Slappy. Pushed another button. "I don't like you, Brittany." And an angry cry heaved the clicker onto the bed. "He did it again! That creep Ethan did it again!" I screamed. I grabbed up the jeans, threw them across the floor, turned over the cheese doodle bag, emptied it onto his keyboard. I was totally losing it. Couldn't control my fury. He must be some kind of electronic genius, Molly said. "The dummy has a computer chip, right? Ethan recorded all those things it said. He deliberately did it all to scare you." It's totally mean," I said, fighting back tears. "Ethan spilled the paint on that woman at Sunset House and insulted those people, ripped my poster in half, acted so frightened like he didn't have any control of the dummy. All an act. All a stupid act." Tore at both sides of my hair. "Ugh! Knew Ethan was terrible," I said. "Never dreamed he was so mean and vicious." Molly climbed to her feet. "What are you gonna do now?" Let out a long sigh. I don't know." "Didn't tell him you know what he's did?" Molly demanded. "Are you gonna tell your parents, or are you just gonna wait a while and get your revenge?" "I don't know," I repeated, my mind spinning. A smile slowly spread across my face. "I know one thing for sure, Molly. I'm gonna get a good night's sleep tonight, no more reason to be scared. I'm gonna worry about stupid dummy again, except you just woke it up." With a soft tap on my shoulder. Huh? I blinked. Another tap. Having the nicest dream, but it vanished. My eyes opened. My brain slowly woke up, yawning. Asked my bed table alarm clock. 2:35 in the morning. Felt another tap on my shoulder, harder this time. Now I was fully awake. Rolled around, screamed in the darkness. "Ethan, what do you want?" and I opened my mouth in a frightened cry. Slappy! The dummy lowered his grinning face. Big blue eyes locked on mine. Wooden hand shot out, grabbed my wrist. Thanks, he whispered in my ear. Thanks for waking me up, slave. The wooden fingers tightened around my wrist, tighter until I wanted to scream. Pain shot up my arm. Let go of me, I cried. The dummy lowered his face over me until our noses nearly touched. Thank you, slave. He called out the words to wake me up. No, I gasped. I didn't mean to. He snickered an ugly laugh from deep in his throat. You're my slave now, Brittany. You'll do what I want. Why should I? I choked out, struggling to pull my wrist free. Mom and Dad will go ahead. Tell your parents. He said. He snickered again. Go ahead. I'd like that. Well, they'll think you've gone crazy. They won't believe a word. They'll take you to a doctor. Release my wrist. By the way, if I didn't say it, this is chapter 19. His painted grin appeared to grow wider. Are you ready for your first task? No, I stammered. Go away. You can't force me to do anything. He uttered a low growl and straightened up, raised both his fists in front of me. I can hurt you, Brittany. I'm not playing games. Get up and get dressed. Why? What do you want? You're going to take a short trip back to the graveyard. I heard that little freak, Ethan, talking about the mind stealer you buried. I want it. I need it. He gave me a hard shove with one hand. Go get it, Brittany. Dig it up. Bring it to me. I rolled out of bed and landed on my feet. My heart thudded in my chest. Suddenly felt more angry than afraid. No way I was going to take orders from a wooden dummy. Out of my face, I shouted. Lowered my shoulder and grabbed Slappy around the waist. The man was lifting off the floor and heaving out the room. Under the groans, I strained to pull him up. Wouldn't budge. Nice try, Britt, he said. Here, hit me in the stomach. Hit me as hard as you can. Duck out his skinny stomach and giggled. Took a step back. Try to remember the 6 ancient words. Put him back to sleep forever. Think, Brittany, think, I told myself. Useless. Couldn't remember them. Maybe this was more evil than I could handle. I wasn't going back to that graveyard. I wasn't going to be a slave. No way. Crossed my arms in front of me. I'm not going back to that graveyard, said slowly through gritted teeth. He froze there. Stared at me a long time. Long enough for chill after chill to shiver my body. No problem, he whispered. Fine with me. I'll go get it. When I have that doll, your mind will be the first to be sucked dry. Then you'll make a perfect slave, won't you, my dear? Chapter 20. He spun away from me, started walking me out of my room, walked stiffly, not bending his knees, shoulders teetering from side to side like a zombie in a horror movie. Filled in terror, I couldn't move. Clump, clump, clump. I listened to him thump down the stairs. A few seconds later, I heard the front door close behind him. He's really doing it. He's going to the graveyard to get the doll, I realized. Had to stop him. I bolted into the hall and stopped. Realized I was in my nightshirt. I was back in my room, grabbed jeans and a sweatshirt, pulled on my sneakers, hurried out the door. Cool, clear night. Snakes of black clouds curled over a full moon. My shoes squished over the slippery grass as I ran to the street. It must have rained earlier. Puddles of silver moonlight glowed in the street. I saw Slappy clumping through the puddles, swung his arms as he stormed up the low hill that led to the graveyard. Kept his back straight and tall, his head straight forward as he staggered up the middle of the road. Cool night air helped wake me up. Started to try. Didn't want to catch up with him. I didn't want to lose sight of him either. My heart thumped loudly in the late night silence. Nothing moved. No wind. No cars. No voices. The house is all dark. As if Slap. Hold on. As if Slappy and I were the only two creatures on earth. Stepping over the silvery puddles, I followed Slappy to the little graveyard. I watched from the other side of the picket fence and made his way quickly through the rows of crooked gravestones. He stopped at the spot where we buried the mind stealer doll, dropped to his knees. My breath caught in my throat. I watched him start to scoop up dirt. Wooden hands made good shovels. Dirt flew up in front of him. He rushed to leap over the fence. Drop him, smother him, crush him, do anything to keep him from pulling up that dangerous doll. Fear held me there against the fence. Felt trembly and weak. I had to force myself to breathe while I watched the hole grow larger and larger under the dummy's shoveling hands. He giggled as he bent over the hole, pulled out the glass case, whipped his hands around once, making sure no one was watching, ducked behind the fence, held my breath. Had he seen me? No. Raised myself high enough to watch him, pulled himself quickly to his feet, began brushing the dirt off the case with one hand. The eerie silver moonlight, I could see the doll. I could see its shrunken head bouncing against the case, glass bottom, and Slappy cleaned the case. Slappy set the case down gently on the ground, pulled off the lid, gripped the top of the fence so tightly my hands ached. Suddenly I heard a voice in my head, my voice. It gets a doll. Don't wipe your mind clean. I realized what I was doing. Over the fence, tore through the gravestone, tackled Slappy around the waist, and shoved him hard, away from the doll case. Burst of strength, lifted the thrashing, kicking dummy high above my head. You're dead meat, slave! You'll be punished, he screamed. You'll be punished for this! And then it was my turn to scream. Powerful wave of white light blinded me, wrapped itself around me, trapped me in its beam. Chapter 21. I blinked again, struggling to fight the light. Right into beams of light, car headlights. Eyes adjusted as I recognized my parents' car. Dad pushed up, and the driver's door slid out. Then a striped pajamas. Brittany! He called, shooting his eye. We saw you leave! We followed you! What on earth are you doing here with Ethan's dummy? Slappy had gone limp, still held him above my head. Why are you burying Ethan's dummy? Mom called. She stepped out of the car, wrapping her brown robes around her. Have you gone crazy, out here in the middle of the night? Know how important that dummy is to Ethan, Dad said. How could you bury it? How could you do such a mean thing? You don't understand, I gasped. I'm not burying it. It was trying. Let out a fussing gasp. Oh, I can't explain it to you. You wouldn't understand. We have eyes, Brittany. We can see the hole you dug. See you putting Ethan's dummy in the hole. Dad motioned for Mom to be quiet. It's okay, he said. He climbed over the fence, started walking towards me a step at a time. It's okay, Britt. Just stay there, sweetie. Don't move. Get you to a doctor first thing in the morning. We'll get you the help you need. Give that the dummy, dear, Mom cried. And come get in the car. Take care of you. Noah will. Lion lifted my hand. Slappy giggled. You're a big loser, he whispered. Guess we're going home together, slave. I'm coming back tomorrow for the doll. Then Slappy wins for good. Chapter 22. I couldn't take that. Couldn't let him win. My anger exploded in a scream that echoed off the granite tombstones. No! I knew what I had to do. I jerked Slappy high over my head. All my strength. I heaved him head first into the glass case. Heard a deafening crack as the glass split. Saw the case shattered under the dummy's hard wooden head. Slappy uttered a sharp groan and his face slammed to the doll. Yes, yes! Dummy's head smashed against the shriveled green shrunken head. They were nose to nose. Uttered a cry and staggered back as the doll began to glow. The shrunken head glowed with a white light, and the doll began to buzz. Slappy's arms and legs stood straight out as if struck by lightning. The dummy's body jolted once, twice, and Slappy collapsed in a lifeless heap on top of the doll case. Waited and waited. Slappy didn't move. The mind stealer doll had claimed another victim. Suddenly realized my tears were rolling down my cheeks. My whole body trembled. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself. Brittany, what's going on? Dad asked, stepping up behind me. It's okay, I choked out. Really, it's all over. More crazy dummy stories, I promise. It's all over. Mom stepped up behind me, put her arm around my waist. Hope you're telling the truth, she said. I am, I insisted. Here. I held the lifeless doll and handed it to Dad. Here, take it back to Ethan. I think it'll be fine from now on. Get you back home, Mom said. Started gabbing to the car. Took a few steps, then remembered the mind stealer. One more thing I have to do. I said, go back to the car. I was there 1 second. Waited until they began walking to the car. Dummy's arms and legs dangled lifelessly. Dad carried it away. I was finally breathing normally. Felt happy. So relieved. Slappy was gone. His mind erased. I had to deal with the mind stealer doll. My knees stirred at it. There was the cracked lid of the glass case. The dry, black lips curled in a smile. The empty eye sockets were open wide. Forced myself to look away. Carefully lifted the case off the ground. lowered it in the hole, getting the shovel dirt over it, pawing the dirt frantically with both hands, breathing hard to scoop the dirt into the hole. The case was completely buried. Yes, I was buried deep under the dirt now, hidden where it could do no more harm. Pulled myself to my feet, brushed the dirt off the knees of my jeans. Legs were trembling, my heart pounded. Took a deep breath, then turned, started to walk away. 3 or 4 steps, I heard the voice, Slappy's voice. An ugly, crackling rasp, dry as dead leaves. Slappy calling to me from inside the buried doll. I'll be back, Brittany. I'm a bad boy. Alright, that's the end of the first half of the story. So, the way these Horrorland subseries is spread out is it has the initial story in the first part of the book, and then in the second part, there is a short or story that is ongoing in the rest of the Horrorland books, as each one focuses on the characters you just read about. The invitation. Dear Brittany Crosby, let the screams begin. You have won a free week-long stay at Horrorland Theme Park, the scariest place on earth. Bring your parents, bring your friend Molly Mallory, and be sure to bring something to feed the werewolves, like an arm or a leg. We've enclosed 3 free passes to Crocodile Cafe, where you can grab a quick bite, a free ticket to watch Shal and Jane swim with a hungry shark ride. Hope you're a fast swimmer. You don't need a ticket to the bottomless quicksand pit. Drop in any time. You know, you and Molly will never forget your stay at the famous hotel. Stagger in. It's a real scream. Really. So come, be our ghost. Oops, we mean guest. We look forward to scaring you. Please RSVP to Die Kickawy Guest Relations. Chapter 1. Molly and I sat in the back seat of my parents' car, talked all the way to Horrorland. 4 straight hours of our talk. Dad cranked up the radio as loud as he could. That was his subtle hint that we could take a break. You two are chattering like magpies, Mom said. What are magpies? I asked. Little black and white birds that chatter a lot, Mom said. Why don't you two enjoy the scenery for a while? Yeah, for sure, I said. Molly and I went back to our conversation. We were totally sacked. Our friend Caitlin Johnson went to Horrorland last spring. It was all about it when they got back. It was the coolest place they've ever been. They have a werewolf petting zoo, Caitlin said. Do you believe it? She answered. She laughed. The werewolves looked totally real. It was awesome. Jason liked the ride. Said to be sure to check out the Doom slide, the world's longest slide. Don't miss Black Lagoon Water Park, he said. You'll love the bottomless canoe ride. You don't believe Quicksand Beach. Start singing, you'll think you'll never stop. Here we were on our way to the famous scary theme park, riding through the endless farmland, all the windows down, because the air conditioning stopped working, talking nonstop. Finally the park came to view. We drove through the wide open mouth of an enormous purple dragon, had to be 10 stories high, into the endless parking lot, jammed with cars. Up ahead I saw a tall green and purple billboard and said, Welcome to Horrorland, where nightmares come to life. I slapped Molly a high five. It's gonna be awesome, I cried. It's all free, Dad chimed in. Really, what did you do to win free tickets? I shrugged. Beats me. I didn't enter a contest or anything. I don't know how I got picked. And they seem to know a lot about us, Molly said. They knew my name. It's totally weird. One of the biggest theme parks in the world, Dad said. They do a lot of research on people. We climbed out of the car. The afternoon sun beamed down on a clear, cloudless sky. Large black birds circling high overhead. Are those buzzards? Mom asked, shielding her eyes with one hand. Don't buzzards feed off dead things? Dad laughed. They're probably animated robots or something. Very clever. He watched the buzzard for a moment, and popped the trunk, started to pull out our bags. Tried to see into the park, surrounded by tall green fence. Deep, scary organ music poured out the speakers above our heads. Mom frowned. It's the kind of music they play at funerals, she muttered. You went to Horrorland. No shit. Molly, they tugged at the sleeve of my t-shirt. Hear those kids screaming, she asked? Hear those kids screaming, she asked, suddenly looking frightened. Yes, I heard loud screams on the other side of the fence. Sounds like they're on a roller coaster or something, I told her. Remember? Jason said the rides here were incredible. Dad pulled out his new digital camera, snapped some pictures of the park entrance, big welcome sign. Then we carried our bags down the long row of cars. I spotted a ticket booth next to the wide iron front gate. Looked like a little castle, green and purple like everything else at Horrorland. Molly laughed. She got that sign. She pointed at the fence behind the ticket booth. Sign read, "You must be this tall to enter." The arrow was only 2 feet off the ground. My dad pulled out his camera, clicked a photo of it. "Looks like fun," Mom said. "It'll be like living inside a horror movie for a week." We lined our bags up on the walk, stepped up to the ticket window. No one in there. "That's weird. Maybe this booth is closed." "Can't be," I said. "Look around. The only ticket booth." "Be patient. Someone will come," Mom said. So we waited some more, the hot sun broiling us, sweat making the back of my neck prickle. Listening to the screams inside, watching the fat buzzards swoop low overhead. "Something's wrong," Dad muttered. "This is the only ticket booth, I think." Never finished the sentence. Suddenly a hideous horn, purple and green. Horned creature, purple and green, with pointed fangs, and curled claws, leaped out from the ticket window. A low, nasty growl that wrapped its claws around my throat, and I started to scream. "Sorry," the creature said. He let go of my throat and patted my shoulder gently. "Just doing my job." "Hope you know." He had a British accent. "Oh, hey, I guess that one." We all laughed. My heart was still pounding, but I didn't want to let on that he scared me. He climbed back in the ticket booth, poked his head out in the opening. His long horns scraped the side of the booth. "I'm more," he said. "Or the park workers, you know, the guides. Not a bad job. I have paid vacations and get to eat any small children I catch." We all laughed. The other side of the fence, I heard snarling animal sound. Snarls turned to a roar, then I heard people running and screaming their heads off. Orr shook his head. "Not all going the Great Escape Werewolf Village," he said. "Oh, that's from time to time. It be very messy." Molly and I exchanged glances, which Molly would lighten up. She looked so tense. I hadn't known it was all a joke. "We have a special invitation?" Dad said. Pulled a letter from his wallet, handed it to the horror. The horror pretended to eat it, then pulled it out of his mouth, read it carefully. Punched some keys on his computer, poked his head back out. "Yes, I see," he said, suddenly serious. "I see. Brittany and Molly, you're a very special guest." And then he laughed, a cold and evil laugh. Laugh gave me a chill. What do you mean by very special? "So, do we just go in?" Hall shook his head. Once again, his pointing horn scraped the walls of the booth. "No, you can't go in." Dad squinted at him. "I don't understand." "Well, I can let you in," Boy said. "I'll have to make each one of you scream." I laughed. "You're joking, right? We all have to scream." "We keep your scream on file so we can identify you." Okay, I love that. Excuse me? Identify us later? What did that mean? I can just imagine, like, park security, like, for missing children and whatnot, just be like, alright, we have to memorize these screams and their individual uniqueness, and if someone comes to us for lost child or there's a problem, we're looking for someone, we find them by their scream. Horror pulled out a small black microphone. "Whenever you're ready," he said. "Connect to my computer." Lined up one by one, did our best scream in the microphone. Mom's was the best. Couldn't believe it. Really sounded like she was in a horror movie. Molly did a tiny shrill scream. Barely hear her. Mom was pretty good, maybe too long. Screamed till my throat hurt. After Dad screamed, his face turned bright red, kind of shy. I think he was embarrassed. Middle gate swung open. Horror pointed inside. "Walk by the road there. Taxi will pick you up. Take you to the hotel. A horror will be waiting for you to take you to your rooms." Four of us walked through the tall gate. It slid shut behind us, clicked as if locking us inside. Dad suddenly turned. "Oh, hey! Oh, wait," he called to the horror. "Our suitcases!" The horror stepped out of the ticket booth, walked over to our bags. "You won't be needing these where you're going," he said. Pulled a blowtorch from the back, aimed it up, set our suitcases on fire. "Hey, stop! What are you doing?" I stood there, frozen in shock. This is chapter 3, by the way. Molly squeezed my hand. Mom and Dad both grabbed the bars in the metal gate, tried to slide it open. Snapped shut, trapped inside. Flames rose high over the suitcases. Cases burned like paper turned brown and black over the darting flames. "You crazy? You can't do that. All of our belongings. Everything we brought." Tugged at the bars. Peered through the gate. Horror had vanished. "Calm down," Mom said, hold onto his shoulder. "Come on, Sean. Calm down. It has to be a joke." "Right," I said. "Special effects, Dad. Don't lose it. Just got here. Bet you $1 million the bag will be at the hotel when we get there." Four of us gazed at the bars. Cases were black and charred. Flames burned over our clothes, making a sizzling, crackling sound. Spun around when I heard a horn honk. A long taxi squealed it to a stop beside us. Big black letters on the side. It read, "Last Ride Cab Company." A horror stuck his head out the driver's window. "Crosby family, ready for your last drawing? All aboard!" he called. He had a high, scratchy voice. Oh, okay. "Crosby family, ready for your last ride? All aboard!" he cried. He had a high, scratchy voice. He reached back, pulled open the back door for us. Four of us squeezed in the back seat. Brown leather cracked and faded. Car smelled kind of sour. "Buckle up," the horse said, making the engine roar. We all reached behind us. There aren't any seatbelts," Molly said. "No problem," the horror muttered. "I got mine buckled." Is it a long ride?" Dad asked. "I know a shortcut," he said. Taxi lurched forward. Molly grabbed my arm, picked up speed, stared out at the park. Rolled by so fast. Mostly a blur of bright colors and faces. Saw some kids running from a giant roaring gorilla. Passed under a ride where kids were sitting on huge bats, wings flapping as they circled the sky. A red and black sign in front of a very tall building read, "Vampire State Building, Blood Donors Welcome." Across the road, I glimpsed a shiny shack of a sign out in front, "Worm and Bait Shop, all you can eat." Past a crowded outdoor theater. Outside, a sign read, "TV's hit show, Dancing with the Squids." Squinting out the window, saw 3 kids on stage wrestling with giant squids twice their size. "Can we skip that one?" Molly asked. It's a lot of fun," the driver said, "unless they sit on you." He slowed on the taxi as we swerved through a crowd of kids in scout uniform. "Don't want to mow down too many scouts," he said in his scratchy voice. "They complain if I hit more than 2 or 3 of them." The road got narrower and bumpy as we entered what looked like a swamp, tangled palm trees, tall fern. The car zoomed forward. My head hit the roof with each hard bump. "Ow, could you slow down a little?" The driver didn't answer. Or Mom asked. The driver didn't answer. His eyes were on the controls. He spun the wheels one way, then the other. Taxi bumped off the road in the tall grass. Tires slid and spun the mud. Horror yanked the wheel from side to side, pumped hard on the brakes again and again. "Busted! Knew this would happen. He cried. "I warned them at the garage." "Oh," he yelled as we hit a deep hole. Ferns and tree branches smacked the windows as we sped over the marshy grass. "This is no joke," the horror cried. "Look!" He spun the wheel completely around. "What's wrong?" Dad cried. "Steering and brakes are out. I can't control the horror cried. "I can't control this thing." Bumped over something hard. The car jerked up then down again, picked up speed, all a green blur outside the window. This isn't part of the deal, the horror said. They promised they'd fix it! He pumped the brakes a few times. Car roared again. I'm really sorry, folks. This never happened before, he said. I'm really sorry to do this. I cried out as he shoved open the door. He let go of the steering wheel, turned his body, and screaming his head off, dove from the car. Saw him tumble through the thick grass. The open car scraped against thick vines, trees, limbs we passed, faster and bumping and lurching. Four of us bounced every bump, helpless in the back seat, unable to reach the controls. And I saw a red brick wall rising up in front of us. Opened my mouth to scream. Molly beat me to it. We're gonna hit it, she wailed. We're gonna crash! Chapter 4. Yay! All four of us screamed in horror. Brick wall rose up in front of us. The taxi squealed to a stop. Head bumped the car roof again. Looked down, saw us squeezing Molly's hand. Our doors popped open. No one moved. Sat there, shaking, struggling to catch my breath. Driver came trotting up to us. Reached in, took my arm, helped me pull from the car. Hope you enjoy the ride, he said. His yellow eyes twinkled. Huh? I gasped. Enjoyed? He reached out in to help Molly, too. Mom and Dad scrambled out the other door, shaking their heads, massaging their shoulders, blinking hard. One of these days I gotta get a driver's license, the horror said. It happens to me every trip. Pointed to the ground. Saw all the metal tracks on the taxi tire. The car isn't real. Runs on track. Or, car isn't real. Runs on tracks, I said. Horror nodded. Got that right. I don't really drive it. He rubbed his shoulders. Hardest part of my job is driving out of the speeding car 20 times a day. He shut all the doors, climbed back in behind the wheel. Follow the path to your hotel, he shouted. Need a ride, you know who to call. Car turned around, rolled away. Hugged Molly and laughed. We all talking at once. Driver had all of us fooled. From now on, I'm not going to believe anything I said. From now on, I'm going to remember that everything here is totally fake. Famous last words. Yes, you got that right. That is the shortest ass chapter I've ever seen. Only 2 pages. Okay. Chapter 5. We followed the path, found ourselves in a wide, round plaza. A crowd of kids and families walked around the big circle, visiting the shop, food carts, arcades, and rides. Green and purple horrors stood on a platform, juggling 3 skulls. Are they real? The little girl asked. The horror held one up. Yeah, this is my Uncle Tony. Everyone laughed. There was a sign read Haunted Theater. Another sign pointed to Goodbye Land. Mickey the last stop on Earth. Next to it, a green and purple sign read, Welcome to Zombie Plaza. We hope you shop till you drop. This is awesome, I declared. What should we do first? First, we gotta check in, Dad said. He shielded his eyes with one hand. Where's that guide to take us to the hotel? Why do we have to check in right away? Let's have some fun first. Yeah, fun, I agreed. I vote for fun first. Me too. Oh, Molly said. Dad shrugged. Okay, I just want to see if our bags arrived safely. Haven't guessed it, let me tell you. My dad's a total worry, even on vacation. Especially on vacation. Mom wiped her forehead. That crazy taxi ride made my throat so dry. Get some ice cream. There's the green and purple cart across the plaza. We dodged 3 teenagers, chasing one after long swords trotted over. Wasn't an ice cream car. Sign read, frozen eyeballs on a stick. Yuck, Molly groaned. Hole in a stained yellow apron, leaned on the car with an ice cream scoop in one hand. You want it plain or bloodshot? Yes. We ordered 4 plain. It tasted a lot like vanilla ice cream. As we licked our eyeballs, walked around Zombie Plaza. Dad, do you have a token? I asked. Pulled him over to an old-fashioned looking fortune-telling booth. Madame Doom sees all. The sign announced. Behind the glass sat a wooden dummy of an old woman in a red velvet dress, matching turban. Dad handed me a shiny Horrorland token and dropped it in the slot. I love these things, I said. Watched Madame Doom creak to life. Wooden hand slowly moved over a stack of little cards. Pushed one out at me. What's it say? Molly asked, bumping up behind me. What's your future? I gazed at the card, blinked, turned it over, blinked on either side. Hey, I got cheated, I said. Then Madame Doom's mouth moved up and down in a creaky voice. She said, You don't have a future, Brittany. Huh? I stared at the old woman, waiting for her to say more. Then I froze, stared blankly straight ahead. Another Horrorland joke, Mom said. I bet you anything that all her cards are blank. How'd she know my name? I asked. No one heard me. They all moved on to a store called Make Faith. Her window is full of rubber masks. Those don't look like Halloween masks. Those don't look like Halloween masks, Molly said. Faces are like real kids. Why do they all look like they're screaming? Followed her inside. Molly and I tried on some totally hairy monster masks. The hair felt real, like real hair. Skin was warm. Mask clung to our face. We had trouble pulling them off. This is so creeping me out, Molly said. Let's move on. No, check this out. Pull it in the next room. I was covered with rubber masks, human faces, mostly kids. Each one is different, Molly said. They must be handmade. The kids all look so pale, sad, and stop. Often followed my gaze. Both stared at two masks on display on the back counter. Two girls with coppery hair. Molly had whispered, "It's us." Chapter 6. A whore stepped up behind the counter. She had a long black hair tied in a ponytail, pale yellow eyes, turned to the two masks. "They do look a little like you," she said. "How old?" Tried to pull one off the hook. "Want to try them on? They're brand new. Just got them a few minutes ago." Molly backed away. No thanks," she stammered. "Looks so much like you," Horace said. "You could take it home. Totally freak your friends out." Held it out to me. "Try it on, Brittany. Once it's on, you won't want to take it off." "Well, girls, we have to go," Dad said, stepping up behind us. "Really think we should check into the hotel." Molly and I turned to start following Mom and Dad out the store. "Maybe later," I called to the whore. Stepped out into the plaza. Whoa, she knew my name too. What's up with that? "Hey, check it out." Dad pointed at the tall stone building of the plaza. It looked like an old castle with two towers, thick blanket of ivory down the side. We made our way towards it. See the sign on the front on it, stagger in. "Must be our hotel," Dad said. Hole came running up to us, purple cape flattering in the air as he ran. Straight forward the horns kept straight, leaning the horns on top of his head with one hand. "Hi, I'm Sean Crosby. We're looking for you." "Were you looking for us?" Or Dad said. "Were you looking for us?" Hole glanced behind him. "Quick, listen to me," said in a hoarse voice. Glanced back again. "Might be watching me," he said breathlessly. "Some of us don't like what's happening here. Some of us trying to stop it." Grabbed my dad's shirt sleeve. "Get out of the park," he cried. "Fast as you can. Get out of here." Chapter 7. Hole dropped Dad's arm, tucked something in my hand, took off running full speed across the plaza. Four of us watched him with mouth, then burst out laughing. He's a good actor. For a second," Molly said. "For a second, I totally believed him." "Guess he'll do anything to scare you here," Mom said. "Looks like he left a note or something," I said. I pulled it out of my palm, unfolding it, squinting at the scrawled writing, and read it out loud. "Find the other park." "The other park," Molly said. "Where? What does that mean?" Another whore came walking up to it. She had long, blonde, flowing hair flowing back behind her, curled horn. Wore purple tights under a short, straight green skirt. "Welcome to the scariest place on earth," she said, and then laughed. "My name is Dorilia." Hold on, I got a phone call. Alright, BRB, I gotta go check something. Alright, back. I think we're almost done. Where were we? My name's Aurelia. Y'all look scared already. That's a good thing. He smiled at us. You're Brittany and Molly, right? She asked. Very special guests. Follow me. Swung her cape behind her and led us into the hotel. A whore at the front desk filed in his claws a long nail file. Didn't look up at us as we passed. Walked through the front lobby. Chairs and couches all around, and skeletons sprawled in each one. Walls were covered with huge wall paintings, all the children screaming their heads off. Headless Lamb played scary music on an organ in the corner. This is the place to relax, Aurelia said. Led us into the narrow elevator. The doors rattled shut. It was pitch black inside. The elevator groaned, then suddenly began to move. Showed my parents to room 202 on the second floor. Are the girls next door, Mom asked. Aurelia shook her head. No, they're coming with me. Our special guests are staying on the 13th floor. Naturally, back in the dark elevator, it creaked, groaned, soon take forever to climb to 13. Aurelia led us down a dark, winding hall to room 1313. Handed me a key card. You don't mind if this room is haunted, do you? She said. Molly and I laughed. Of course not, I said. Don't be scared, Aurelia whispered. The ghosts only come out in the day and night. She turned and started to come back down the hall. Need anything? Just scream, she called. I inserted the key card and the heavy door creaked open. A blast of cold air greeted us. The air conditioning must have been turned on full blast. I fumbled in the darkness for the light switch and clicked on the light. Wow, check it out. It's totally awesome, Molly cried. Look at that enormous flat-screen TV. It was almost as big as my house. We had a small kitchen and dining room, a long couch from the immense TV, 2 twin beds, at least a dozen pillows each. Jumped onto the bed, bounced up and down. Soft, I said, sinking in the pillows. This has got to be the greatest room ever. I thought it looked like a dungeon or something, Molly said, but it isn't scary at all. Check this out, I said, slipped up a handful of green and purple wraps candy bars from the bed. They're called chocolate bars. I tossed one to Molly. Free candy. Sat on the edge of the bed and devoured a couple of candy bars. Molly wiped the chocolate off her chin with the back of her hand. Smile faded. Our suitcases, she muttered. They're not here. Jumped up. Maybe in the closet. Across the room. Pulled open the closet. Molly, I don't believe this, I exclaimed. Closet's twice as big as the one in my room back home, filled with clothes. Molly hurried, pawing through the rack of designer jeans and skirts, and awesome t-shirts and tops. All in our size, Molly said. Weird. Tried on a few outfits. I laughed. Hope they really did burn all my old clothes. This stuff is way cooler. Molly stopped suddenly and stared at me. You must really be a special guest, Britt. You don't have a clue how you won all this? Not a clue, I said. To a red and yellow sundress, put around the room. Hey, no mirror. Huh? Molly pulled a pair of white shorts and pale green t-shirt. Walked into the closet. No mirror here either. Weird. All these fabulous clothes to try on, not a single mirror in the room. Let's go show off our new outfits to my parents, I said. Okay, but hurry. We should get back in the park before the sun goes down, Molly cried. Maybe check out the werewolf village. Catelyn said is totally not to be believed. I was glad to see Molly getting into it. Unlocked the door, took a key card in my pocket, walked down the long, winding hall in the elevator. Elevator doors scraped open, stepped inside. Doors closed and he was in total darkness. Elevator creaked. Slowly started to go down. Molly grabbed my arm. Why can't they put light in the elevator? Laughed. Hello? How scary would that be? The elevator bumped hard and then stopped. The door didn't open. Waited in silence for a moment, but it didn't start up. I think we're stuck between floors, Molly said. Before I could say anything, the elevator bumped again, started to scrape its way down. Another joke, I wondered. They really do know how to scare us, don't they? Door slid open on the second floor. Step out the dimly lit hallway. Followed to my parents' room, number 202. Raised my head and knocked and stopped. That's weird. The door was open a crack. My dad's a nut about closing doors. Pushed up and called, Mom, Dad. No answer. Ma and I stepped in the room. Hey, Mom, hey. Room started around, empty. Checked the bathroom. Mom, Dad? No sign that anyone had been here. Turned to Molly. Where are they? Chapter 8. After I take a quick swing. This room's kind of small and dark, I said. They probably changed rooms. Molly chewed a problem lip. Why didn't they call? Why didn't they call and tell us? I shrugged. Come on, we asked the front desk. He took the stairs, didn't want to get back in that elevator. Horace sat by the desk, reading a paperback book called Die, Monster, Die. Looked up, and Molly and I charged in. Have you seen our parents? I asked, breathlessly. Mr. and Mrs. Crosby. They were in 202, but tapped on the keyboard, squinted at the monitor. Crosby? Oh, really? He said. Checked out a few minutes ago, huh? No way, that's impossible. Leaned over the counter, trying to read the screen. Please check again. I definitely checked them out, Horace said. They said they couldn't wait to get home. Read the monitor. Crosby, right? I nodded. Yeah, Crosby. They're gone, he said. They split. My mouth dropped open. But they wouldn't leave without us. That's crazy. Horace shrugged. Good figure. Heard footsteps on the marble floor. Family came hurrying up to the front desk. Two smiling parents. The little boy with chocolate smeared on his face. We're the Harper family, Father told the whore. This is where we check in. Whore tapped some keys on the keyboard. He frowned. We're pretty full. Mind sleeping in the dungeon for a few nights. Torture rack's pretty comfortable. Pulled Molly off to the side. I get it, I said. I think we should worry about my parents. It has to be one of the whore's scary jokes. Loves scaring us every minute. Molly squinted at me. You really think it's just a joke? We should check your parents' room one more time. All right, I said. Took the stairs. Door to room 202 was half open. Guess we left it that way. Pushed it all the way in. We stepped inside. Kind of expected Mom and Dad to be there this time. Room still empty. Tried to look around. Something on the floor caught my eye. Picked up and examined it. A camera. My dad's digital Molly said. My dad's digital camera, I muttered, turning it in my hand. Still on. Dad wouldn't leave without his camera, Molly said. She bit her bottom lip. See, she was really tense. Maybe he left it here for us. Maybe we took a picture with it. Clue. Know where they went. Yeah, maybe, I said. Feel myself getting excited. Maybe. Pushed a button on the back. Instantly a picture came to view. Held in front of my face. Both stared at it. No, I stammered. Can't be. But it was a little blur. I could see the figure clearly, grinning face standing right there in the hotel room. It was Slappy. To be continued in Goosebumps Horrorland number 2, Creep for the Deep. That is currently, well, what I say currently, that is the end of this story. So, I guess with the ending of it, no time like the present, let's bring things to a close. So, I'd like to wish you all a fond farewell, and thank you for stopping by. If you like this, of course, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, because it really helps me out. So, until next time, fare thee well.